Okay, we'll call to order the March 19th meeting of the City Council. Roll call, please.
Mayor Brinkman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Stallman. Councilmember Beckman.
Here.
Councilmember Shenanek. Councilmember Cole.
Here.
Councilmember Taylor.
Present.
Councilmember Valdez.
Present.
Okay, motion?
Mayor, I move that City Council convene an executive session for the purpose of receiving legal advice pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402(4)(b). The specific legal advice relates to Matusek litigation. I further move that immediately following the council remain in executive session under CR Section 24-6-20-402(4)(e) for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategies for negotiations, and instructing negotiators on a potential annexation.
Do we need a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ready to vote? Councilmember Stallman has arrived.
The vote is 6 in favor. Councilmember Shenanek is not present.
We will return at 7. Okay, we will reconvene our regular council meeting. We are now joined by Councilmember Shenanek and Councilmember Stallman, Mayor Pro Tem Stallman. Let's see. So we don't need to do the roll call again, Wendy. We're good?
We're good.
Okay. We are also joined by the Boy Scouts from Troop 361. And would you lead us in the pledge, please? Join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I do have some changes to the agenda. We will be adding, under the minutes, we will be adding minutes from the February 12th and February 13th study session, as it'll be 4C. And we're also adding under citizen appearances, I think you got on there, under 6B, John Watson with the topic of apartment rezoning will be B3. And I would also ask that we move the citizen appearances to above the comments and reports. We do have a couple of citizens appearing that need to leave early, so that we would actually then approve minutes and then go to citizen appearances. Any discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
John Watson will actually be first.
Well, Alan English has asked to be first due to
Oh, I
a
thought
timing
John had asked
situation.
to go first. Sorry.
No, I was Alan.
Okay.
That's okay. So, but John, is John okay going third? John?
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Okay, good. Everybody good with that?
No.
Okay, approved. Okay, minutes of the study session from February 26th. Any changes? Seeing none, those are approved. Bruce?
I forgot to Wendy send you the one this is the 26th. Yeah, just FYI. On point number 2, it says in there the vision is the 35,000-mile view of the city. I think it was actually 35,000-foot view, not that, it's,
Does it change?
well, it gets a little further away at 35,000 miles. So just no worries. I was going to just ping you with an email and forgot to do it, so thank you.
Okay.
I have
So with
something too.
Peggy?
At the end of Part A, I would like us to also include, the board said that council members are welcome to send comments and questions about the draft to the planning board. I'm sorry, you're not hearing me very well, I'm sorry. The board said that council members are welcome to send comments and questions about the draft to the planning board, which at least one of us has already done, so. But,
Okay.
thank you.
Anything else? Okay, approved with those changes. Minutes from the regular meeting of March 5th. Any changes?
Half a second. I think I gave Wendy
Okay.
some insignificant ones.
Okay, seeing none, those are approved. Minutes from the February 12th study session. Any changes? Okay, those are approved. Minutes from the February 13th study session. Any changes? Okay, those are all approved. So we will move to our citizen appearances, and we do have a guest citizen this evening, Nancy O'Connor with South Suburban Parks and Rec. Jim, did you want to, or Phil, did you want to do that?
Oh, boy. Let me find it. Hold on a second.
6A.
Oh, boy. This evening, the Littleton City Council is pleased to recognize Nancy O'Connor as guest citizen as she prepares to retire after working 43 years for South Suburban Parks and Recreation. Nancy's career with South Suburban Park and Recreation began in 1970, a very good year, when she started working as a receptionist. Nancy admits that at the time she didn't know the difference between a baseball and a softball. But she always enjoyed working with people and was successful at any task presented to her. Using an IBM typewriter, do you remember with the little balls on it, right? That's the way they worked. Nancy typed all of the youth and adult sports programs, and twice a year the recreation catalog. In the early days, she also would print 500 bus tickets for resale every Saturday morning during the ski season for the 10 Greyhound buses that would transport skiers to the mountains. I'd love to have those buses back. Today, her responsibilities are as diverse as administering the district's matching gift program to maintenance of alarm systems and being David Loren's babysitter. One duty she says she won't miss is serving as the district's election official for boards and bond elections. Nancy is known as the Mother Teresa to South Suburban Park and Rec employees for her dedication and loyalty to her job and her coworkers. She has enjoyed watching the district grow over the years and takes great pride in seeing people of all ages participating in South Suburban Park and Rec programs. Nancy is a Littleton High School graduate, go Lions, and previously worked for the Arapahoe County Clerk and Recorder's Office and the City of Englewood. South Suburban Park and Rec Director David Lorenz said, "We will greatly miss Nancy working for South Suburban and are certainly going to feel her absence every day." The Littleton City Council extends its sincere congratulations to Nancy O'Connor for her well-deserved retirement and thanks her for her dedication in making Littleton and South Suburban Park and Rec better places for all. And she always answers the phone with a smile.
Happy.
Jim?
I first met Nancy in 1971 whenever I was one of those ski supervisors on the ski buses. And so I worked for South Suburban as a ski club sponsor for 15 years. So as always, Nancy was very helpful. And when I first got started doing that, she's the one who kept me alive, frankly, from being eaten alive by junior high age kids. So, so thank you, Nancy. It was always a pleasure to work with you.
Okay, moving to our scheduled public presentations, Alan English with the Littleton Optimist, with the discussion on, or conversation on What's Up Littleton program. Council, I have a handout that Alan gave me. I'm going to pass it down to each of you.
Good evening. Thanks for this opportunity. What I want to talk about is a little bit of a celebration of the richness of our community and how this came about. As part of a personal development course that I'm doing, I had to create a community project.
Microphone a little closer to you, Alan.
Is that a bit better?
You can move it, Alan.
Put it down. I thought Jim was going to shout at me because the last time I stood here was the Walmart hearings and I got told off by him for talking for too long. So thanks, Jim. That was just to tell me to get the microphone closer. So what's interesting about this is I wanted to put something together that I've been a citizen of Littleton for 20 years. I'm always amazed by how much goes on here, how rich are the activities, whether it's arts or music or sports or walks or wildlife or the park or whatever it is. Always really impressed me. And I find it difficult to get into Denver to do anything these days because there's so much happening here. But also as part of being in the community through the Optimists, I know Greg Sumlin, who was a principal at East Elementary and is now principal at Options Pathways. And I had the idea that the feeling that the kids there, the students at Options Pathways, just aren't involved in all the rich things that most of us are involved in. And I thought of the people that I know through the Optimist Club and other people in the community and what rich and varied lives they live, and they're always happy to step up and help people in the community. So I talked to Greg Sumlin and I said, what if I could come up with a list of activities, of which there is an endless list. I came up with 40 that you've got there in about 10 minutes of various things that people could do. And what if I got people I know, and I asked 20 people, the first 20 people I met, I said, would you help if we did this? And they said, sure, I will. So Greg Sumlin has chosen some of his students to be guinea pigs for this. And we came up with a list of things they could do that they probably never even thought of doing. And the volunteer partners in the community will take them to do whatever it was they chose to do. We put the usual liability form in place with their parents, and off we go. So this thing sort of caught momentum and has got going. I'll give you an idea in the last week or so. The first one was 2 weeks ago. One of the students said, I'd like to go to the council meeting and meet the mayor. So I asked the mayor, and he came along here, and he had a great time. He got to meet her after the presentation, and that was something really new and exciting for him. 3 more went to DU basketball game last Saturday, and it was a big game during the snowstorm. That didn't happen, and they really enjoyed that. Very interesting report I got from that. It was a very exciting game. The students were all shouting and cheering. When DU scored, they'd shoot T-shirts into the crowd. And one T-shirt landed right in the lap of one of the students from Options Pathways. And this is a really important lesson, I think, for all of us. He didn't even get excited at that. And I know pretty much everybody here, we'd be high-fiving each other just for a T-shirt. So these students are a little bit disengaged. And I want to try to get them involved in experiencing all the things that go on in the community. The other things we don't, one's going to go off this next week to have lunch at Arrowhead Golf Course. Just have a think about the last time you did that. I always take visitors down there. It's one of the best places for a burger with a great view. Someone else is going to the Colorado History Museum. Someone else is going to a Mercedes dealer. I want to go to a Mercedes dealer and see what that was like. I was lucky enough to find somebody who not only drives a Mercedes, but actually designed and built the Mercedes dealership as well. So he's going there. And someone else is going to a rock climbing gym to Thrill Seekers on Broadway. There's a long list of activities that the kids can take part in. But what it's made me realize is the richness of experiences that we have in the community is definite. It's out there. But a lot of A lot of these students are just not aware of it all. And they need to have a step up to begin to experience, realize that there's fun things to do, to realize that they can enjoy life and be lucky, and begin to get engaged in the community the same way that we are. So I'd like to thank the mayor for this chance to mention this. I'd like to remind us all what a great and rich community we live in, what great folks we have who help out, and how much the students at Options and Pathways need that little bit of introduction. I've only asked each person who helps to do one thing once. It's not a long-term commitment. And so if anybody's interested in helping out on this, please feel free to contact me. Any questions?
What's the best way to contact you?
Email would be the best way. And I'll just, it's AJ_English_99@yahoo.com. And if anybody has a favorite activity that they would like to volunteer to take somebody to, suggest that, or if they just like to step up when a student says, yeah, I'd like to do this. I'd like to go to Roxburgh Park and take a hike. I'd like to go to Evergreen Lake, whatever. There's a million things. That'd be great.
Great. Thank you, Alan. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much. Thanks for the opportunity.
You bet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, our next scheduled public presentation is Larry Borger, President of the Board of Directors of the Littleton Crabapple Trail.
Sorry to disappoint you. I'm Dick Dugdale. I'm Vice President of the Littleton Crabapple Trail, and brought with me Mary Gardner and Cole Hancock, who you'll meet a little bit later. As you know, spring is almost here, and pretty soon we're going to see all those crabapples all around Littleton. And the signs that that have been set out mark the 7-mile trail that showcases the Littleton crabapples and makes it a beautiful spring event. Over 40 years ago, the beautification project started this, and we believe that we need to perpetuate and enhance that trail, and so which kind of makes Littleton unique. To that end, we've formed a corporation, Littleton Crabapple Trail Inc., and we have also obtained a 501c3 nonprofit status from the IRS. Today, we've received donations from over 65 donors, and that's going to allow us to add more trees and signs to the Crabapple Trail. Our organization can be contacted by email littletonCrabapple@gmail.com or Box 110, Littleton 80160 for more information. We have ambitious plans to share with you tonight, ones that will use a portion of the donated money that we've received. With South Suburban's encouragement, we've applied for matching grants from South Suburban, which will allow us to plant 100 crabapple trees in 8 of the city's parks along the trail. And we have formed an ongoing partnership with Boy Scout Troop 361, which led the Pledge of Allegiance, to help us form with that. And with that, I'll introduce Cole Hancock, who is a candidate for Eagle Scout.
Hi, I'm Cole Hancock. I'm currently a Life Scout at Boy Scout Troop 361, and I'm working on my Eagle Scout project. So my Eagle Scout project is to work with South Suburban and with Littleton Crabapple Trail Incorporated to plant, we're hoping, around 100 trees in South Suburban parks located on the Crabapple route. I will also survey locations for additional signs along the route and give those locations to our board so they can add signs to the route to make it easier to follow. And I would also design a Flowering Crabapple Trail Facebook page and work with Kelly Nardi to hopefully link that to the Littleton website, and also just to establish a lasting relationship between Boy Scout Troop 361 and Littleton Crabapple Trail so that we can do the labor when it comes to planting crabapple trees, hopefully every year. Thank you.
So, Cole,
Oh, yes.
have you planted a crabapple tree before?
Yes, our troop worked in 2011 with the Littleton Crabapple Trail, and we planted about 30 trees along the Crabapple Trail. So I've had experience working with them, and I'm hoping to get some more experience.
Excuse me, the support that we've received for this from the community, from South Suburban, with their cooperation, with O'Toole's, who is taking care of the trees for us, and the crabapple trees this year are special. They do not have the big apples on them. They have very small apples that stay on the tree all winter long. So they will be much cleaner. Also, Charlie Bloston has been very kind in working with us, and of course Cole Hancock and his scout troop, and the many people who have donated money. The purpose of our organization is to be caretakers of Littleton's crabapples. They're replacing them when needed, filling in gaps, and to maintain a tradition started in the 70s by Von Gardenier, who was at that time mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
I'd also like to mention I live in Aberdeen Village, where I believe Vaughn also lived, and we have a substantial amount of crab trees in our neighborhood. I know in my yard we have many crab apple trees, and I always wondered where they came from, and then eventually the story came out that it was a drive-by Vaughn. So thank you very much.
Okay, John Watson, regarding apartment rezoning. Come on down, John.
While they're exiting, comment for Cole and the young folks. This is going to be a Drought 2 year. That was put out by Jim Lockhead from Denver Water. He's the president and the CEO, so it'll be a particularly challenging year to get trees started.
Okay, John, go ahead.
Council John Watson, 4500 West Hinsdale Avenue, Littleton, 80128, is shown. My point in being here tonight is to generally address the apartment zonings that have been happening and the ones that are scheduled to come up in the future before City Council. In terms of my axe to grind, I'm a former developer, and I think I know and understand some of the concepts of development that are appropriate for the City of Littleton, and I am concerned about the volume of apartments, so-called luxury apartments, scheduled for the city, and the ones that have been approved I'm not going to really address, but we have a total of 1,935 apartments scheduled for construction this year in the city of Littleton, and in the luxury apartment category, I'm going to suggest to you that may be something you want to look at again. In terms of trying to decide if that's appropriate, I've found some demographics. These are presented from the 2000 census. I've heard the demographics presented previously in the city council meetings for approval of apartments, and frankly, I was astounded and incredulous because I knew they weren't factual. I couldn't find 2010 census because they're not publicly disseminated to the point where I could find them, but these are the ones from the 2000 census. If we look at these, we see that our median, it should be median Littleton family income in the 2000 census was $64,000. Our median age is 39. Housing value is 160. Our percentage of renters is 35.9. And the median family vehicles, which I think is an extremely important statistic that we'll talk about again, is 2.7 vehicles per family in the city of Littleton.
Can you step a little closer to the microphone, please?
Sure. I've never been accused of talking too quiet or too slow, so.
The audience can't hear you.
Very good. Thank you. I'll do that. So the 2.7 vehicles per family as a median is going to be something I'm going to refer to again because we've seen various statistics presented. I'll suggest to you that none of these numbers went down in the last 10 years from 2000 to 2010. I just couldn't find them publicly disseminated for the 2010 census that I could find. In terms of apartments, we already have a lot of inventory. And without my knowledge or consent, Linda's here tonight to talk about the Alexand project as well, which is another one that's going to be significant in terms of the urban area we're talking about. We have existing inventory. I've been to the city council meetings where we were told that there was no inventory except for possibly the Alta Aspen Grove. We know that there's Pinnacle at Mountain Grove, or else that guy spinning the sign on the weekends would be wasting his time and not get a check at the end of the weekend. So we've got a lot of vacancies already. They won't give me vacancy statistics because I've asked for them, and I understand that company proprietary. But we have vacancies at all of the complexes that are existing, which are Pinnacle, Alta, and South Metro. Well, South Metro doesn't have vacancies presently, but they're another inventory that we have to consider. And we have luxury apartments coming on at a 1,935 unit rate at this point in time if we allow it to continue. Now, I'm not going to stand here and suggest that you don't allow apartment zoning or don't allow a luxury apartment zoning. I'm going to suggest that we need to compare that to the retail facilities that we have or need, and we also talk about other requirements in urban areas and other urban areas for apartments to be zoned that are going to take place. The economic impact of apartments is significant. It's going to be infrastructure. None of the previously approved apartments had any infrastructure costs contemplated as part of the rezoning. There's going to be traffic considerations. County Line Road is going to have to be expanded to 4 lanes at some point in time, unless you believe the presentation that said we only need 1.1 vehicle per household, and they're going to all take the bus, and they all make $118,000, because that's not going to happen. If we talk about, for example, Pinnacle, or excuse me, the Meadows project, we're going to have to signalize Mineral Avenue even more. My favorite Christmas picture is the green lights that are showing along Mineral and the red tail lights at Christmas, because it's all the Christmas colors. You get backed up at 5 o'clock for 15 minutes, you can't get in or out of subdivisions there. That's the existing status. If you add 300 units, it's not going to work. And if you add 300 units and don't contemplate the economic considerations, it's going to get even worse. And the people that are there, they're going to try to get out of the subdivisions, are going to be here after me talking about the requirement to signalize and expand Mineral Avenue and County Line. In addition, the increase in the number of apartments and taking away retail land on an existing landlocked city is going to cause the absence of income from the retail. I'm going to point out the stats that I have acquired from the State of Colorado Department of Revenue on your retail income sales tax income. The jobs from retail aren't going to exist if you cancel out the existing retail space by converting them all to luxury apartments. We're going to have lower property values, which is the only other significant component of your city income from property taxes, because it's not going to cause the property taxes of the 7-digit houses to increase when you put in apartments next to them. They're going to go down. We're going to have lower property values. Another important factor that I think the city needs to talk about is impact fees. I've developed, and I've never not paid an impact fee. I've paid $200,000 to Elbert County for a fire department they didn't want or need because it was an impact fee as part of the zoning contemplation. I'm shocked that this city has not a single cent of impact fees, and yet we all know there's going to be impacts from apartment zonings. I think we need to have an immediate ordinance for having impact fees for police and fire, at the very least, probably traffic and roads, before any additional approvals, especially for luxury apartments, which are of questionable value to the city. You've got to be concerned about your lower property tax income if you're going to continue to approve luxury apartments. I've not seen utility letters at several of these applications. They're required, but I can't find utilities. I already know we're going to have sewer problems as a result of discussions about the sewer facilities. And if we add 1,935 residential units this year, you can be guaranteed that the sewer impacts will exceed the income you're going to get from the sewer fees and the sewer taps. I think impact fees should consider the cost of additional sewer plant treatments. And you should also have utility letters in every rezone application. I can't find them. The ownership of the units is also significant. I've seen a lot of applications from foreign corporations and foreign applicants that aren't even owners of properties, and that tells you that they're coming here for the several reasons that developers come to your town. First of all, they can develop because the city appears to have a rubber stamp for apartments at this point in time. They have life insurance and banks that will lend on so-called luxury apartments if they're denominated that. And developers can't build if somebody doesn't give them a loan to do it, and that's what they're giving loans on now. And you guys have no impact fees. Given that context, you're going to continue to see the droves of people coming in to do apartments and call them luxury and try to put them into retail facilities. And you're going to end up paying the consequences of that if you allow them to come in and do it. Another discussion that's been had at your last two applications was that they couldn't get retail leases. Well, I know people that have applied on these parcels for retail pad sites and been turned down without an explanation. They talk about their Herculean efforts to try to make a retail space development out of existing retail space. And you're an infill city. I mean, you've got to take care of the land that's available here, and we have limited retail opportunities with retail zoning that we already have. And yet, we're not using the Economic Development Commission in any of these properties. They're not even referred to. They're not required to talk to them, and they're not even aware of these facilities coming through. I think if you're going to have a several $100,000 department, you ought to at least have a discussion about the retail requirements on retail zone land before they go through and just change them to luxury apartments. Another reason for talking about retail on retail facilities is your retail sales. The only reason I chose to show retail sales is because the State of Colorado Department of Revenue that publishes the statistics didn't have the sales tax income for 2010, so I'm just showing the retail sales to give you the trend. The trend is good. It's reasonable. But it's not going to stay that way if you turn them into retail sales. Something else that should happen is on these retail zoning changes is we should have the source documents. My source documents are right there in the pink file handled by my female supervisor at the house. So I have your actual stats. I don't want to listen to stats. My mouth opens up when I hear some of the stats presented to you for the retail changes. They're Herculean efforts to turn it into retail when I know that they won't return calls and that they haven't considered the retail sales tax consequence. I think the retail sales tax figures are appropriate and reasonable if they continue in that vein, but they're not going to continue like that to support this city if we lower property values by putting in apartments in every retail site. And they're not going to continue like that if we don't have the retail facilities and they aren't encouraged in some fashion, be it by impact fees on residential or by the Economic Development Commission, to be able to continue to use the resale facilities. Another stat that I looked at for terms of suggesting what would be an appropriate requirement is that your sales tax income for 2011 was $26 million. That's from the State of Colorado Department of Revenue. I don't know if that's what you show. That's what's publicly available. And even though that's 2 years old, we have a 2013 budget showing that at least more than half of the income for the city of Littleton has to come from retail sales taxes. Your stated policy in page 4 of the budget is to achieve higher revenue collections, and you aren't going to do that putting in apartments in retail sites. I think we should be using impact fees to adjust that, make it appropriate for people to pay their freight if they're going to be putting in apartments, especially in retail sites. You have a limited amount of retail available even at this point in time, and they should be using your Economic Development Department to be able to do it. That's it. I didn't want to waste your time, but I wanted to talk about something that was very important, and I'll talk about the specific applications as they come up, I assure you. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
John, could you make your PowerPoint available to the city clerk to distribute to us?
She's the one that put it up here. She has it, and it's on a memory stick, and it's good to go.
I will distribute it to you.
Not trademarked or registered in any way. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Okay, now is the time for any unscheduled public appearances. These are appearances for an opportunity for citizens to express an opinion or ask a question regarding any city service, council policies, or other matters of community concern that are not part of the scheduled agenda. We do have a public hearing this evening regarding a rezone with Designs by Sundown and Breckenridge Brewery. If you want to speak to that issue, please wait until the public hearing. We will allow 4 minutes, and we have a new timer system here. So when it's white, you have 4 minutes, and when it goes to red, you don't. So if you would like to speak, please come down, give us your name and address. And Linda? After this, because that's all part of.
I guess. Yep, that's it.
My name is Linda Knufinke. I live in the 4th District, 7089 South Clay Street. And this was not coordinated with John at all. I just wanted to talk today a little bit about the election, the 5151 Rio Grande. When I was doing research for the Nevada Place hearing, I just discovered some information that was kind of concerning to me. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the history of this property. It's 350 units, 12.9 acres. Rents are $960 to $1,625. Trammell Crow is the residential developer. It opened in late 2009, and Trammell Crow went bankrupt, and various management companies managed the property. Alexan was purchased by CBRE Global Investors from they're based in LA in May of 2012 for $60 million, and there's a name change underway. I'm not sure what it is. It could be 5151 Rio Grande or 5151 downtown Littleton. So when I was looking at this, I looked at the first place I went to was the Better Business Bureau, and guess what? It has an F rating with the Better Business Bureau. So then I wanted to see, well, what are some people saying on the internet? So I looked at the internet, and here's what they said. Might as well live in 5 Points. Run away. The parking situation is awful. There's a high turnover rate. And again, run. Another one is stay away. Parking and security were huge issues as well. Cars have been vandalized. And here's a positive email that says, parking is a joke. So, and another one says, this is the worst place I've ever lived. And then another one said, the noise is unbearable, parking is a total mess, and it's overpriced and overrated, and again, parking was an issue. So, and then here, which was kind of shocking, is the lease termination is $6,000 for ending your lease early. And it also said you shouldn't have to feel like a victim in your own apartment. So with this, I thought, well, you know, what is the financial impact to Littleton? So I went and I took a look at the property taxes, and this is from the Arapahoe County's assessor's website. And if you look on the right-hand side and in the yellow box, you can see the total assessed value is $2.7 million. So they're paying a total of $238,796 for property taxes. So of which Littleton gets $18,003.52. And if you took that and divided it by the 350 units, you're getting $51.44 per unit. So given that, I had a couple questions and thoughts. Does your $51.44 per unit, or the $18,000 per development, justify the increased cost in police, fire, roads, maintenance, or other costs? And do people really who live there really generate sales tax revenue for the city? My guess it's pretty minimum. And the parking, the city code's parking standard of 1.5 spaces per unit is not working, despite the development being close to light rail. The reality is people own cars, people don't take public transportation when it's not convenient, and being close to light rail for this development is not close. So the final thing I have is it's the quality of life. This development is encouraging young people to run as fast as they can from Littleton. And when somebody says 5 Points would be preferable to live in than Littleton, I think we have a problem. And another thing, I think it's easy to buy into marketing. This development was misrepresented as good quality, luxury, contemporary charm, urban villages adjacent to boutique shopping. And finally, I think these significant complaints really reflects poorly on the city. So I just wanted to bring this up to you and mention this is what I found, and you know, consider the source. This is partially the internet. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Marty?
Push the button. Don't forget to re-push the button.
I have my hand down here.
My name is Marty Brizak. I'm old school. I don't have a computer. I have a piece of paper. I live in the 4th District. That's Mayor Brinkman's district. On the 15th of January, I came before you and I asked what I thought were very straightforward questions regarding the amendment to the city manager's contract allowing for severance pay. The questions were not difficult, but they could not be answered at the time. On February 21st, 5 weeks later, I received an email with the answers to 2 of my questions from Mayor Brinkman. I will read these questions with the answers because I noticed that not all of the council members were addressed with a response from Mayor Brinkman. Question 1 was, when was it decided to amend the city manager's contract and who wrote the amendment? The response was, quote, it was decided on November 6th to consider an amendment to the city manager, Michael Penny's contract. Council was conducting Michael Penny's review at the time, and the amendment was written by the city attorney at the time, Kirsten Crawford. It was brought to council on December 4th and approved. Question 2 was, how will future councils know whether or not Mr. Penny has earned the additional salary for each year of employment over the next 12 years? The response was, quote, this is not additional salary. There is no evaluation needed for future councils as this bonus is based solely on longevity. The other 3 questions deal with the level of compensation and how future councils would know how to execute the amendment. Here's the response I received. Quote, the calculations of the longevity bonuses are under considerations and I do not have a final answer. So we have a case whereby you had to pass the amendment in order to know what was in it. But you still didn't know what was in it, and you had to hire a special attorney for 2 separate executive sessions to determine exactly what you meant in the first amendment you passed. Tonight you'll be voting on that revision of the amendment to the city manager, Michael Penny's contract. My final question is, how much was spent on outside attorney fees because you passed an amendment without understanding what was in it? I hope there will be a vibrant discussion on the merits of this additional severance pay before you commit future councils to adhere to this proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on down.
Good evening. I'm Leah Burkett, 5730 South Bemis Street. And I just wanted to start out tonight by thanking you guys for your service, because my eyes have been opened over the last couple of months over all of the issues you guys are dealing with background and with city development and water and whatnot. I don't know how you manage everything that you need to do, honestly, because I know in my own life I feel super busy rushing around, pulled in a million different directions. So thank you for all of your service. In all of my rushing around, obviously traffic and parking and things like Mineral Avenue that this gentleman was discussing, it gets really stressful. But fortunately, when I come home to Littleton, I can relax and unwind and enjoy kind of the small town character that we have here. At least for now, we have that small town character. It seems that the light rail station has attracted the attention of a lot of developers, and the Nevada Place hearings heard a lot about transit-oriented development. Got me thinking, maybe we ought to have a plan for this transit-oriented development if our land is suddenly so exciting because of the light rail. I love the idea of transit-oriented development and walkable communities around Littleton. I use the light rail all the time and love walking to the places. But in all of my spare time, I've been doing some research on transit-oriented development and found that while I love the philosophy, it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. And Littleton, I want the character to be kept. I know probably most of the citizens around here want the small-town character to be kept. So I would like to see a station area plan for Littleton and anything that falls within the radius, and where there's development that is based on or marketed towards ease of use for light rail. I think we should have a guiding document. So I second the motion from last meeting to please put together a plan. I know it'll take some time to do that, but I don't think that we need to be rushing into development that will change Littleton forever. So, and I welcome any comment you have on that.
Ma'am, I was going to ask, have you, there is the 2011 downtown area, neighborhood area plan, and I didn't know if
I'm familiar with the plan.
Sorry?
I am familiar with that
Okay, very
downtown
good.
area plan, and it doesn't really specify a transit-oriented district from what I've seen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Carol?
Okay, I'm Carol Brezek. I live in the 4th District. Wendy, can we have, you're on it, this thing?
It's on.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it's
Good.
on.
I have a couple of things. Again, first of all, I would like some clarification. Early in Michael Penny's time in Littleton, my husband and I met with him. During that meeting, he told us about a practice that he was going to ask this council to use with their emailing in order to ensure there were no violations of the open meetings law. He explained that he would ask each counselor to email directly to him, and he would distribute the email to other members. Is that the current practice, and if so, how was the practice expressed to the council? So how did the message get from you or from Michael Penny to the council? So would you like to respond to that now, or can I expect a response?
You can expect a response.
Okay. Next subject is your legislative rules. Your legislative rules state, I have a copy. City Council shall conduct regular meetings, generally the first and third Tuesdays of each month. All regular meetings shall begin promptly at 7. Meetings shall be held at the City Hall unless otherwise posted in accordance with state law. Time, date, location of any meeting can be changed by a majority vote of the council. It's been hard to track when you guys meet. You're not voting on your meeting time changes. I would like to see council follow your own rules. You voted on them, you made them, and make it a little easier for the public to attend your meetings, to be informed. The next issue is on November 6th, as my husband explained earlier, there was an executive session dealing with the contract for our city manager. Right after that meeting, the city council returned to a regular meeting and made a motion to increase his salary by $5,000 a year. So far, so good. You noticed the meeting properly, and you had specific details in the motion, and so it was properly made. The next two meetings, November 13 and November 27, were study sessions, so no formal action could take place. So you were unable by law to convene in an executive session. On December 4th, you did have an executive session. This was a regular meeting, so it was proper. It was to discuss pending litigation, medical marijuana lawsuit and settlement options, Amendment 64 on pending municipal court cases, and personnel issues related to municipal judge contracts. So no discussion at that executive session could have taken place to discuss with an attorney, the severance pay for the city manager, as it was not cited in your motion. The minutes for the December 4th meeting state, Mayor Brinkman stated the city manager's pay has been increased by $5,000 annually and an added severance package, which is equal to 1 month of service per year of service up to 1 year. Councilmember Cole removes 7D from the consent agenda. Now I have a question that I would like an answer to.
When did the discussion for the amendment on the severance package to Penny's contract take place with an attorney? And which attorney advised you that the amendment was not in contradiction to Section 51 of the Charter that states the city manager is entitled to 1 month's severance pay upon termination? There's the timeline for those in the audience that might be interested. In reviewing the minutes of the meeting from November 6th to December 4th, I do not see any reference to a meeting with an attorney to discuss the severance pay or Section 51 of the Charter. So when did the council meet with an attorney in order to satisfy their concerns about whether or not the amendment was in concert with the Charter? Black's Law Dictionary defines severance pay as money, apart from back wages or salary, paid by an employer to a dismissed employee. Such a payment is often made in exchange for a release of any claims that the employee might have against the employer. You can call it what you want, but it is severance pay, and it is in violation of Section 51 of the Charter. I don't care about the money involved, but it's with your process. If you think the Charter needs to be changed, then you need to follow the same process for changing it that any other citizen would have to follow. I know you're tired of me coming here to address the open meetings law, but I take it seriously, and you should too. I wish I did not have to be such a cynic, but the behavior of this council has not done much to build trust with the public. You've broken your own rules, and you have violated the open meetings law when it suited you. The first violation I could overlook. The second violation concerned me, but the third and subsequent violations have put me on high alert. I have to watch because you are no longer trustworthy.
Could I request you give a copy of that to the city clerk to share directly with us?
I will.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Doug?
Doug Clark, Houston Waring. It's important to obey the Charter and the open meeting laws and your own legislative procedures. Your city manager may think that your concern over those are distractions from more important or really important issues, but I don't believe that you all agree with that. He may also think that the majority of the Littleton citizens don't care about transparency and open government, that the only ones that care about that are me and the rowdies that I meet with. But once again, I think that you all know better than that. What's important, however, is not what he thinks, but it's how you behave, specifically how you vote. You're the ones that are ultimately responsible for what goes on in the city. And unfortunately, on the issue of severance pay for the city manager, which is item 7A on your consent agenda, you're behaving no better than your city manager. The amount of severance paid to the city manager is a policy issue. The amount is specified in charter, along with the condition for the payment. It is not a legal issue. It is not a personnel issue. If you want to change the amount that's paid as severance to any city manager, including the current one, you have to go to the citizens and ask their approval to change the charter. That makes this a policy, a matter of policy. And you already have an opinion written by your own city attorney that tells you exactly that if you want to change the amount of severance paid to the city manager, you need to go to the citizens and ask for a change of the charter. Unfortunately, there's a majority of you on the council who want to change the amount of severance paid to the city manager, Michael Penny, but you don't want to take it to the citizens and ask for their permission. Maybe it's because you think that the citizens will balk at paying for a bigger golden parachute while you're examining charging the elderly and the disabled to ride on omnibus. Or perhaps it's just that the majority of you don't want to be bothered with the whole democratic process of submitting this to the voters. The reason doesn't really matter. What matters is that you as a group have decided to shop around for an attorney to give you an opinion
that says that you can change the amount of severance without modifying the charter because you didn't like the opinion that you already had from your own city attorney. Since what you're doing is rather embarrassing, you've decided to do this in private, using executive sessions to keep your discussions and the attorney's opinions secret from your own constituents. And you're now on your second or your third attorney on this issue. There's no legal requirement that these discussions or the attorney's opinions be discussed in private. You're keeping these discussions private because you want to, because it would be rather embarrassing if they were done in public. So what has this shopping for different opinions resulted in? What has your second or your third attorney told you? And it's hard to tell whether it's a second or third because it's confusing based on the information that's published in your executive sessions and what the mayor is putting out. So what is the latest opinion that says? Well, apparently, your latest opinion says that if you call severance pay by a different name, no one will know that it's really severance pay. And the new name is longevity pay. Apparently, the name overrides how the money is dispersed. It doesn't matter that this additional amount is only paid to the city manager after the council fires him or when he quits, when he's disabled. All you have to do, apparently, is say in your contract that the purpose for the longevity pay is to encourage the city manager to remain at the city, and that trumps the fact that the money is only paid when the city manager leaves the city. In fact, when you fire him. It also apparently doesn't matter that every other governmental entity that pays longevity pay pays the longevity pay, that amount while the employee is still employed. This is for governmental entities that I found that pays longevity pay in Colorado, Texas, Kansas, Oklahoma, North Carolina, and New Jersey. But for $250 an hour, you expect magic from your attorney, and apparently this one is delivered because this type of reasoning can only be described as magic. And the great thing is since you've figured this all out in secret, you don't have to tell anybody how contorted the reasoning was. All you have to say, which is what you have been saying, is our attorney has advised us that this is legal and we can't tell you why because it was done in an executive session. I'm sure your constituents will be pleased about how cleverly you danced around the charter and the open meeting laws. They will undoubtedly be relieved that you have spared them from the burden of deciding how much to pay someone that is going to get fired by the city. I urge you to reject this amendment to the contract and, in fact, to rescind the severance pay differences that you're making that's different from the charter. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else? Dave?
I'm Dave Schwan. I live in District 3, 8005 South Logan. I'm here for two purposes. One is I was kind of surprised to see you take another whack at plastic bags. You settle it once. And I'm sure you got copies of the newspaper article from Seattle, the Post-Intelligencer, that says Seattle banned plastic bags, that shoplifting has become rampant because everybody's carrying around a little canvas something. I'm sure you didn't get told that. I'm sure you didn't get a copy of the National Post of Canada that described all the sickness that people got from not bleaching those damn reusable bags, cross-contaminating foods and all sorts of good stuff. I'm sure you didn't get told that. The second purpose for being here is about this rush to find higher density and more traffic. Let me remind you, last year you paid good money for a survey to ask the citizens here what they liked about Littleton. I looked at it again. I didn't see anything where people said, I want more traffic, I want more density. Maybe that's in a copy that I didn't get. But this rush to see how many more cars you can put on the road, and yes, you can dream that people will take light rail, and they're not going to from Marathon. That's too darn far. So, what? Mineral and Broadway is already a joke. If you don't think so, come down. Come down any afternoon, 3 to 6. It's a joke. It's a joke every morning. You know, if an emergency vehicle had to get through there, they'd have a hell of a time. And yet, we're going to approve higher density because we want more traffic. The people of this city spoke and said what they wanted. Listen.
Anyone else?
Okay, we're closing.
Mayor, could I ask also, would Mr. Clark give a copy of his presentation to the city clerk for us?
Okay, we are moving now to comments and reports. City Manager?
While Wendy's getting me set up, just want to let the council know that we have narrowed our police chief candidates down to 5, and we'll be doing interviews in early April. Councilmember Cole will be joining me on a citizens panel. We're not going to release the names until we've notified those candidates of continuation, but we have narrowed it down from 45 candidates to 5, and I hope to have somebody on board middle May, most likely. And then, excuse me, an update on the think tank is continuing to work on the economic development plan. We're having some problems on the scheduling time frame, but it's looking like it'll be a study session late April, early May that we'll get them to come and present to you. But they're pretty excited about it, I think. Are we ready? Great. Will it go up? We're not ready yet. Hold on. I'm not going to talk about my contract or density or downtown parking. Why not? That's a council discussion. What I do want to talk to you about is the first, hopefully annual community scorecard, and I want to hit a couple highlights on this. There's a copy of the document in front of you, and then there's copies in the back for folks, and it's going to be mailed out as an insert in the Littleton report.
Sorry.
Okay. All right, that's fine. What I want to start with, I've just pulled a couple slides out from here, is the council goals are the overriding umbrella directive to the staff in here. And you can't, unfortunately, read them on there, but this front page, we've identified a graphic right under the words community scorecard, and we have a corresponding definition on the lower right-hand side there. Assure a financially sound city government, provide a safe community to live, work, and play, develop and maintain the public infrastructure, preserve and cultivate a quality community, pursue a balanced and sustainable local economy, promote environmental sustainability, and lastly, foster community involvement and communication trust. And this is identified actually on the inside page on this right after a city manager's message. And so this is the opening page right here and really identifies and takes the goals that you guys have adopted for 2012 and 2013 and starts to put some performance measurement and some tracking around that. So just pulling out a couple slides again here for you. Out of that, we tried to make this an easy to read, something that people wasn't pages and pages of just numbers and graphs or lines and columns, but something that jumped out at you. So we have a lot of did you know. We have a piece in here about shopping local. We identify within assuring a financially sound city government. We talk about jobs that have been created. In fact, we have some updated information on Alamo. I think it was Alamo is up to 120 some jobs. Sorry?
150.
150 jobs. So even more current information that we have in there. But we tried to glean information or present information that we thought would be valuable to the public. In the opening page from me, asking for some feedback, and obviously Kelly Nardi would receive that, our public communications director, and make sure that we're tracking information, we're presenting information that is valuable to the citizens. This document is for them, not for us. And again, taking the council goals in here. So just putting up a couple slides in here showing the readability. We've got the QR code right there where you can take just from this document, you scan it with your smartphone and you can find out about our bike routes here in Littleton, which actually tie in with Inglewood's bike routes. Shows some difference in years in mileage for the shopping cart and omnibus information. And that might be the last one. And again, tying every page up at the top to a council goal. So just want to make a highlight of that. The other thing that we've been working on is a website for business development, recruitment, retention here in the city of Littleton. And one of the things that they've done is done some little vignettes, interviews with some recent folks who have moved into the community. So Doug, if you could roll that, it's a quick 3-minute video. There's 4 pieces that'll go on the website.
The city staff in Littleton was very easy to work with. They really helped us with some of the more technical aspects, the forms and the inspections and those things, and they did a very nice job of it. Tracked everything from the initial project planning all the way through the completion to get our operating license, and did a very nice job. Very professional staff. We really enjoyed working with them.
We chose our Littleton location because it was conveniently located at C470 Broadway and County Line Road, and it was ideally set up for us because it's convenient to the shopping in this area, and yet we love the fact that it has a I don't know if you'd call it a small town feel, but it has that really intimate feel, and yet we're still part of a big city in the metro area.
Working with the city staff has been nothing but a pleasure. They've made everything really easy, from pulling permits with the construction of our building to when we had to do an outdoor family film series during the summer. They've made everything really easy. I think that the friendliness of the staff has really been pleasant for us, and the acceptance of, you know, a large movie theater coming into town here has been great.
Last one.
Moving to Littleton has been spectacular, and working with city managers and the various officials has been beyond our wildest expectations. Everybody has been so welcoming. We immediately started getting calls from various entities within the city asking what they could do to help us. They invited us to the city hall. We met with a whole bunch of people. They laid out things on our website. What can we do to help with sign codes? How can we improve your business? What can we do to drive traffic to your business? It's been spectacular.
So this, again, I don't have a date for when that website is going to be live, but the staff is working on it right now. It's going to include the business directories and a lot of the things we've talked about in the past. So stay tuned for this. And these will be individual vignettes, if you will, that people, if they're interested in moving to Littleton, some of the information that they can hear from those that have recently moved into the community. So. And to the citizen from John's comment earlier, we're very cognizant of the need for retail sales tax and maintaining and increasing property tax values. The next thing I want to talk about here, Doug will get it. here in a second, is in the northeast neighborhood. And I've got just two, they're just aerial shots in here, and for Councilmember Valdez in particular, I think there's an interest in this. I've talked to the council in the past about the homeownership turning into rentals in the northeast neighborhood, the lack of reinvestment that we're getting in the community, primarily in this area as well, but certainly I'm not speaking exclusively of the northeast neighborhood. But one of the things over the last probably 9 months, probably more by now, that I've been working on in conjunction with primarily our planning director, Glenn Van Nimwegen, is talking to folks about how we can engage with the community and business leaders, bankers, developers, architects, contractors, those types of folks, to get some reinvestment to turn the 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 1,300 square foot bungalow with maybe a carport or no carport into a 2-and-2, update some of the carpet and appliances and those types of things. And there was a lot of individual interest as we talked to these various folks. Well, we're moving it to the next level right now, and we now have a group of folks who are very much interested, and we have some private sector businesses that are willing to make some of these early investors. We have some realtors who are very interested in participating in this. And there's multifacets to this, but one of the probably key ones is hitting the homes when they first come on the market and seeing if we can get, if we can, through whatever mechanism we do, acquire that home, and then with these partners, update that home and then turn it around and resell it, but not necessarily at the highest market value, but encourage new home ownership or turn some of the folks who are there currently as renters into homeowners. There's also a desire from some members in this group to just get reinvestment, new paint, new fencing, clean up the landscaping and those types of activities. So just want to let you guys know that this is really starting to kick into gear. Again, it's multifaceted. It's going to take some time. This is not an overnight type of thing. But on April 20th, we are hoping to put together a cleanup day where we pick 3 to 5 homes where it's home ownership and go and paint, working with Lowe's, in partnership with the South Metro Realtors and also the South Metro Chamber of Commerce. They're actually leading this on the 20th, but we're going to use it as a kickoff for this. We're going to have some additional meetings as we try to fine-tune primarily the avenues for refinancing, because that appears to be one of the most significant limitations, is both an education about what's available by homeowners and renters, and then actually based upon the significant shift of the banking industry, relatively speaking, of course, since 2008, is really getting the various players within the banking industry as well to talk about what's available in this northeast neighborhood. So we're going to be doing some outreach. We'll probably be hosting some homeowner refinancing opportunities and for new home buyer interest at some point in the near future. The Housing Authority is a partner in this. They're not a lead in it. The city is going to take a lead in this because, again, it's not just about the northeast neighborhood. And we've got other staff involved as well. So just want to let you know that's pretty exciting, and Councilmember Valdez, I'll certainly bring you into the loop as well.
So on the 20th, are you going to have some filming, so we'll have a before, during, and then after?
That's an excellent idea. It wasn't on my radar screen. It might have been on Kelly's, but
I mean, that would
yes,
be great for
no,
the website.
Yep, it's a wonderful idea. And I don't have more details other than the day right now, but I think it's pretty safe to lock that day in. So, and the other, I had one other slide, but it's just the neighborhood going to the south of here, going down just on the south side of Littleton Boulevard here. So obviously this is the far northeast corner of the city. So, and I'll just keep you guys updated as we move forward. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Beckman.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I've got a couple of things I want to talk about. Last week I was at the National League of Cities in Washington, D.C. with 1,600 other elected and administrative members of cities throughout the nation. And I want to tell you about one issue that I think was important for you to know. One of the issues of the federal government at this time is to find every place that they can to find additional tax revenue. And one of the targets that they have in their sights is municipal bonds. And if you're familiar with how cities operate, municipal bonds is the one significant financing vehicle that all municipalities have. It may not be appropriate to Littleton today. It could be in the future, but it is to of the other 1,600 folks there or their cities. And it is very important that the tax-exempt status for municipal bonds be retained in order to give municipalities that edge to be able to finance projects. And I was there the last day and met with Senators Allard Senator Udall and Senator Bennett, and also the staffs from all our elected Congress folks. And I was part of a group that expressed to them our concern. It's something to put on your radar screen and start watching, because it could have significant issues for us or any other city as we look to grow sometime in the future using municipal bonds. I want to tell you also that I had the opportunity a couple weeks ago to read Dr. Seuss to some kids in the Littleton Prep School and Littleton Preparatory Charter School. What a great opportunity it is to stand in front of first graders and read a Dr. Seuss. And if you haven't had a chance to do something like that, it really does rejuvenate your soul. And several other members of council did it. And I'll tell you, I left there just enjoying the fact of what we do in Littleton, what we do in the schools, and the great young kids that we have in the city. I want to reflect on the discussions tonight. I think on one serious matter, I think transit-oriented development, we do need to really take a hard look at that. We've had several talks in council actions about what that is, and I think there are several interpretations of it, and it would be helpful to have a city interpretation that we use in the future, so I do reflect that. Finally, I just want to talk a moment about integrity. You know, I spent a lot of years working in this city and in this community, and also representing us nationally and internationally through my military role. And, you know, I just don't think that integrity is something that just happens overnight, nor does it go away overnight. One of the problems with being an elected official is you really have to take the mud when it's flung, and it could be flung in general, or it could be flung at you directly. I think that's very counterproductive. And the best interest of this city is to stop throwing mud at people who have integrity. I'm tired of hearing about conversations I never had, decisions I didn't make, opinions I didn't express, and actions I didn't take. But we don't have the opportunity when we're sitting in this role to be able to confront them directly. But you do need to know, I think it's wrong and it's counterproductive.
Thank you. Phil?
All the places you'll go. That was what I got to read to the 8th graders. So,
Phil, I'm going to start the timer.
Yep, you're good. Had an opportunity to go to a presentation at Colorado Heights University. That's the old Loretto Heights facility, and the program there is very much focused on international students, and it was quite interesting to hear what they were talking about and reaching out to the community, and some interest to talk with Alejandra at the Littleton Immigrant Integration Initiative. Also had an opportunity to talk with Jim Lockhead, the President and CEO of Denver Water. They haven't quite announced it yet, at least not that I'm aware of, but we are likely going to have Drought 2 conditions this year. Denver Water will not be providing a flow in the Highline Canal, although Jim did mention that Denver Water is very committed to an element to preserve the canopy, but since the Highline does flow along to Kettering and provides that, not going to be providing a whole lot, but they are involved in some of the discussions to redivert stormwater possibly into the canal over time. But they also expressed an interest in the additional storage capacity, particularly out at Gross Reservoir. The Legislative Action Committee of the South Metro Denver Chamber spent a long time talking about education funding at our last session. Scott Murphy was there from Littleton Public Schools. as well as finance director from Cherry Creek and the assistant superintendent from Douglas County. What is now known as Senate Bill 213 is something to view with a lot of attention as it continues to move through the state legislature, possibly putting up for vote a potential $1 billion tax increase for the state of Colorado this fall. Also attended the real estate update at the city of Lone Tree, and if any of the development we're considering actually pales in connection with there's some 25 million square feet of development that they look at over the next 10 years. And then the Economic Development Group of the South Metro Chamber met with a presentation from Don Elliman, who's the new head of the UCD and Anschutz campus, and what they're doing to try and hold down the cost of post-secondary education, as well as preparing folks for immediate employment. So those were some things that happened over the last week and a half.
Very good. Jerry?
Good job. Thank you, Phil. All right. I have three items, and I want to start with the most important one to me. 30 years ago, Mary Pat, my beautiful wife, and I got married, and this is not how I anticipated on spending our anniversary, but thank you, Mary Pat, you're beautiful. Second item, 23 Littleton High School students just wrapped up a 2-week visit to Japan. The students had the rare opportunity to travel to Japan as part of the Kizuna project, which is sponsored and funded by the Japanese government. The purpose of the Kizuna project is to promote understanding about the current issues in Japan surrounding the recent earthquake and tsunami. Littleton High School was chosen by the Japanese government to participate based in part because of the Japanese language program, of which I think Mr. Stallman knows something about. Littleton High School students will now host 25 incoming Japanese students and their sponsors for 3-day visits. On March 22nd, the students will give a presentation in Japanese and in English about their experiences in Japan and what they learned about the effects of tsunami and earthquakes. For more information, please call Littleton High School. I think it'd be a great opportunity for a lot of people to see what these kids have done. My third item is definitely a serious issue, and a lot of people think sometimes I can't be serious, but this is definitely a serious issue. Council, we received an email from the city manager a couple weeks ago where, in part, it did state that his concern for recent citizen public comments regarding the issue of executive session privileges and how it may be creating a negative view of the use of executive session. With that in mind, there are good reasons for executive sessions. City Council does utilize the executive session privileges quite often and usually, in my opinion, for appropriate reasons. Typically, like earlier tonight, all of City Council does agree to an executive session. However, there have been 2 or 3 times when I did not agree to the use of executive session. First of all, I do trust the city staff, and I appreciate their advice, and I appreciate your professionalism. Most of the time, I do accept the city staff's advice and the recommendation. However, I am not a rubber stamp. I am not a rubber stamp. The citizens of District 2 voted for me to represent them and to make decisions that will be in their best interest and or the city's best interest. I do and will continue to trust and listen to the city staff. And equally, if not more important, I will continue listening to the citizens of Littleton. I encourage the citizens of Littleton to always pay attention and, when necessary, to question city council decisions, as well as express your approval of council's decisions that we get occasionally. The city manager has suggested that part of a study session should be used to explain the open meeting laws as it pertains to executive sessions. I believe everyone, city council, our citizens, would benefit from that type of a discussion. However, it does not mean that an executive session will always be unanimous. I do think I think the city has a lot going in the positive direction. I think it's been a wonderful thing. I think the city staff has been a leader on the positive image that Littleton has. Thank you, Mr. Penny. And I believe this city council has also been a huge part of that. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Stoll.
Thank you. City Finance Director Farman, Doug, I did get your voicemail. I was going to tell you about it, come and talk to you before the meeting. We didn't have time. Yeah, go ahead.
Got it.
I will talk to you tomorrow. It's about the audit firm question. Okay. I was just saving time, so I didn't have to write an email. The 4th annual Epic Spring Cleaning event is almost upon us. This will in fact be the 4th year we've done this. It is a clean out your closets, donate goods to support ARC thrift stores and interfaith community services. Will be held from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, the 27th of April, at 2 locations this year: the Home Depot store at Bellevue and Federal, and then a site in Inglewood, I think it's called Auto Lab, at 4000 South Broadway, whichever is potentially more convenient. What we're working on this year is the opportunity to have people bring a donation in and get a coupon to then take over to the Home Depot store, for example, and get a price break on subsequent purchases. Should be bigger and better than ever. And again, for full disclosure purposes, my day job is with ARC thrift stores, but I have no financial incentive one way or the other with this. It's strictly to support the charities, and in particular, both ARC as well as Interfaith, and do something to help the community. So clean out your closets, bring in your donated goods, and give them to a worthy cause that stays in the community. On the 14th of March, I did attend the LPS board meeting. I won't get into the details. The major topics were a renewal of Superintendent Murphy's contract, which was, strictly my opinion, well-deserved. There was a capital reserve update. There are, interestingly, and Councilmember Cernatic mentioned the funding issues. There are a lot of issues regarding the school districts, and in fact, school districts around the state have had funding cut dramatically. Physical plant issues. They brought up an issue with respect to Runyon Middle School roof truss replacements as well as asbestos abatement. And the situation is there need to be some repairs, and the question ends up being, how do you do it? Do you do it piecemeal? Do you do staggered over a period of time? There are no safety issues, but there are significant cost issues from a physical plant perspective. So those are things the board wrestles with. There was also a student projection report as well as an insurance and risk management report, and I'll refer you to their website for more information. Now, I did, to Phil's point about Senate Bill 213, I did have the opportunity this afternoon to go down and offer testimony to the Senate Education Committee with respect to Senate Bill, School Finance, Senate Bill 213, particularly as it pertains to special education funding. As an amateur sausage maker, it is impressive to go down and watch the pros at work. They can really make a lot of sausage down there on an industrial scale. It's impressive. But it was an excellent, how do I say this? We sit up here and we'll take testimony, and what I want to express for anybody who's interested or has come down tonight or will come down to testify on the rezone question, significant empathy for coming down and having to present to people sitting up on a dais in an intimidating circumstance. So we certainly want to make you welcome and certainly hope that you'll feel comfortable sharing your thoughts, because we absolutely positively want to hear them. And it's invitational to say whatever you need to say to us. And I always come away from those experiences, for example, with the state, with a renewed sense of appreciation for people who are willing to come down and share in a public environment. Thank you.
Jim. Actually, instead of reports tonight, I'm going to make 2 requests of City Council. Number one, I'd like for the City Council to establish an ad hoc committee that will be primarily to celebrate the 125th anniversary of the incorporation of this city. It'll occur in 2015. Also in 2015 is the 40th anniversary of the Platte River flood. And a commemoration of that at the same time by the same group of people I thought would be appropriate to do. The second thing is we had a meeting recently with the planning board where they were starting to put together what they were looking at for the future comm plan for the city. I think that we did not spend enough time with them going over issues that we probably need to clarify. So I'd like to suggest that we set a special meeting with the planning board and do it on their night, do it on a Monday night, because we've got enough on our study session agenda to keep us busy for a number of months. So by doing it on a Monday night at their study session time and see if we can get that scheduled sometime, because I think it's important that the council and the planning board reach some kind of agreement about what the future of this city is going to be.
Jim, for clarity, the planning commission or planning board has requested that we meet again, and I think Glenn is going to put that together in about a month. Was that it? So that will happen, and I think the idea to do it on that Monday night. Glenn, is that okay? Okay.
Thank you. And then the Dr. Cog report, the only thing, we have a board of directors meeting tomorrow night, but on Friday will be a day-long session at the Auraria campus in the Tivoli Student Union building having to do with the Sustainable Communities Initiative. It's the grant that HUD gave the greater metro area to study catalytic projects along the transit line. So that'll be a day-long session on Friday. If you'd like to go, let me know, and I think I can squeeze you in.
Thank you. Peggy.
Well, I was paying so much attention, I wasn't ready to jump right in here. Before I forget, on April 20th in the morning is the annual city tree sale. They still have trees available. There's information on the website and in the Littleton report. And the sale is at the city shops over off of Bellevue and Windermere there. So hopefully if you need some trees, go over and look to see what they have available. You can order them already, what is left. It tells you online. And then, Michael, I was looking for some things on the city website today, various minutes and so forth, and unless I'm missing something big time, there are no council minutes since January posted on the website. Now, maybe they're at one access point and not another, but I tried to look at different access points, and I don't think there are minutes for any of the boards and commissions at all this year. Oops.
Yes.
I'm not sure where you were looking for the minutes, but we only had 2 meetings in January, so there's not very many in January.
No, but since January.
Well, we just approved the February 5th ones. So they'll go forward from there.
Okay, in process.
See what I'm saying?
Fuzz brain here. Here we are in mid-March, and that's why, because we had those special meetings.
Right.
Yeah.
So I will have those updated tomorrow.
Okay.
And I spoke with Kathy Weaver, the webmaster, regarding all of the board and commission minutes. And there's approximately 2,000 documents, and she has to do them individually to bring them over. And it is a high priority, but it's just going to take some time.
That's for before this year, but they wouldn't have any at all yet so far this year?
I don't know if they would or not. I think they probably just approved them in January, but I'll talk to the boards and see where they're at with it. And they may just need some assistance uploading it onto the new site.
And I thought
we'll check with them. I'll get with Kathy and we'll check with them and see if they need help.
Okay, then, and I did give her this message, but I didn't hear back because I'm sure she's busy trying to do all this other stuff. When we have our agenda, if we go, depending again which site we access, you can click on the minutes that we're going to approve from one site, but not from other sites. And people who don't know that you can get them one place and not another, I think maybe are confused. I discovered some of that while I was looking today,
You should
too.
only be able to get them in one place now.
Maybe if you, next time you're in the city hall, stop by
Come
and
see
show
me
us.
and show
Yeah,
me what you're doing.
Well, either
where
that
you
or I'll go see Kathy. Well, whichever should I go to see?
Well, come see me about the minutes.
Okay. But, you know, I mean, I know we got the hot links if we go to the televised meeting agenda. But I'll stop in within the next week then. Maybe Thursday morning, yeah. Okay. And probably as soon as I stop speaking, I'll see a note I scribbled down here I wanted to say. Yesterday, so I want to say this publicly, Wendy, and say her last name for me, Wendy.
Shay Tamag
spoke at the AARP meeting, talked to them about the city transportation and even some of the county transportation for seniors and people who are permanently or temporarily incapacitated, can't drive, whatever. She did an incredible presentation to them. And so I just wanted to give public appreciation for that great presentation.
Thank you.
Bruce, I just wanted to, I intended to say when I had testified at the state senate, it was as a private citizen. I in no way was representing any of the views of city council or anyone else. So just to say the words, I did it as a citizen, not as a council member.
And when you're a citizen, do you wear the bow tie?
Yeah.
Had to go old school on them, yeah.
So they knew you weren't with us. So.
Exactly.
Yes.
I have one item. The Denver Office of Economic Development and the Metro Mayor's Caucus, City and County of Denver and Economic Development and Metro Mayor's Caucus have combined to reintroduce their homebuyer assistance program. And this program was started in 1997. And basically what it is it's a collection of money that is used to help homeowners, help people get into their homes. The first program started out as for first-time home buyers. They would help with mortgage, with down payment assistance and closing cost assistance, and then also getting a good interest rate. The city is participating in it. We are the first city to sign on. Currently, the loans can only be done in the city and county of Denver and in Littleton. It's a 4% grant for a down payment and closing cost assistance, and that is money that the borrower does not have to repay. And it can be used to purchase any property in Littleton or in the city and county of Denver. And it's you work with, there's some pre-approved lenders. The great thing about it is that it is not for super, super low income. So if you have a decent income, but you are just working as hard as you can to get that down payment because the banks are merciless at this point with it, then this is something that can help push a lot of people over that little bump. It's $91,100 for households of 2 or fewer, and $103,000 household income for 3 or more, and a FICO score of at least 640, debt to ratio income of 45. And in 1998, the second year of the program, I bought my first home with this program. And so it was quite the turnaround to be at the press conference this morning with Mayor Hancock introducing this, as proudly the city of Littleton and Denver are the two primary signed on at this point. So it's a great program. And I've already had a number of comments from various realtors who are interested in more information. So, Michael, this is Northeast. Good stuff. Okay, that's it. Now, consent agenda. Consent agenda items, let me get to can be adopted by a simple motion. All ordinances must be read by title prior to a vote on the motion. Any consent agenda item may be removed at the request of a council member. We have one item on the consent agenda. It is the second amendment to the city manager's employment contract.
I want to pull that.
Okay, that's been pulled. Peggy?
Do you like me to speak first? So I have really been giving this a lot of thought. And so I'm a little surprised that, and I made some remarks, typed them into my file here, and was a bit surprised at some of what I said and some of what people tonight said. But anyway, let me read then what I have written. I believe the City Council needs to ask itself what the policy question is. The implied policy question is, I think, does the City Council support giving the city manager incentive retention pay to encourage him to continue as Littleton's city manager for many, many years? But I ask myself why we are singling out the city manager. Employees at all levels are responsible for implementing the council's goals and objectives. I want to insert something here that came to my mind after I had typed this in. For well over half of my professional career as a teacher at Arapahoe Community College, the employees tended not to get very much compensation increase and other benefits, while the administration was in the top 10 or 15% of all the time or higher in the 50 system college survey that we were part of. One year we rose from, the faculty rose from the 50th out of 50 to 49th only because one system dropped out of the survey. So I don't begrudge people getting good compensation, but I do think it's important that we try to find a way to treat people all in a similar way. So I'm thinking employees at all levels, as I say, are all responsible for implementing the council's goals and objectives. Many of our employees are outstanding. They do the day-to-day work that makes the city such a special place to live, work, and play. They man the phones and the customer service desks. In snow and rain and sweltering heat, they maintain the peace, race to save lives and property. They plow the streets night and day in sub-zero temperatures when we have snow, sometimes working 12-hour shifts, often working every single weekend when we have those series of storms that we sometimes get in the winter every weekend. They balance wheels and they balance the books, and they do countless other jobs. So I believe the council needs to look at the larger policy issue, a retention incentive policy that would apply to all outstanding employees, not just the city manager. And that is not a personal comment against the city manager. I would like an incentive retention policy to pay all outstanding employees an annual bonus, not one that delays payment until the employee leaves. I oppose longevity pay that accumulates in a longevity fund and gives the employee an incentive to take the money after a few or more years and accept a higher paying job elsewhere. I'd like to keep people here by rewarding them while they're here. I also believe the proposal tonight, as you probably know from my previous vote on this issue, or similar issue, violates the spirit of the charter requirement on severance pay for the city manager. So for these and other reasons, I cannot support this amendment. Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, I'd like to get a motion on the table first. Don't all speak at once. We need a motion.
Oh, I would move to approve the Second Amendment to the employment contract for the city manager.
Second? We need a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Bruce?
When I worked in the city, one of the problems we had was keeping good employees, because although we said that our salary was middle of the market, what we found were that there were various reasons why people left. And sometimes it had to do with pay, and sometimes it had to do with opportunities. But the fact is that people left because of better pay or better opportunities. When this was introduced, I voted for it, and my thought, and my overriding thought was, keeping qualified folks working in the city by providing a benefit package that would do that. And I saw it in that role as a benefit package, and in my mind, and contrary to some of the discussion, there was a strong legal opinion that it was a benefit package and not in violation of the charter at the time, and that was certainly a discussion. But the point being, and the policy in my mind, was that the city has something in place that keeps good employees here while not creating a reason to keep the bad ones. And it's important as a city policy. But I also found that and this was told to me years ago, and I believe it, a camel is a horse created by a committee. And that is absolutely what has happened with this. We now have a camel instead of a horse, and we're trying to discuss the adoption of that camel. And what, in my mind, I was looking for a horse. And I believe that also, I do have a concern when I read the proposal as it is here tonight, that it is difficult to understand. And anything that's difficult to understand, really, I don't want to endorse, because then I'm part of somebody else's confusion in the future. I would like to have something in place that provides an appropriate incentive for good employees to stay. But this is unique. It applies only to one person. It's not citywide, and it's going to create a discussion for a future council that's going to try to figure out what we've tried to figure out going into this. And I don't think that's a good way to do policy.
Jerry?
Last time we discussed this issue, the longevity pay was something I was opposed to. Again, this is nothing personal to our city manager, because I think he's fantastic. The issue that I had last time was that we were applying it to one person. It does seem to me that city government does do things different than those of us in the private world. In my business that I'm in, been in business for a long time now, we do have turnover of good people. You try to keep them, but you lose them. Even they will go somewhere else. As I've looked now, the requirement for our city manager, of course, is that he does have to live in the city of Littleton, and that is a difficult thing for him. I do understand that the argument is, I should say, that every 2 years he gets new bosses up here. But when I look at the history of turnover of city managers, whether it's in Littleton, Inglewood, or other plages, there isn't a tremendous amount of turnover out there. They are jobs that when an opening comes up around the country, they get plenty of applications for them, but there isn't a tremendous amount of turnover. The other item that I was thinking of on this is that there is a tendency for certain levels of government positions to receive benefits that are not available to other employees. And also, I think there is a domino effect in government where one city says, well, they average out the salaries and compensation package, and then they say, well, we want to make sure we always stay above that medium point. Well, then it just keeps going up. It isn't based on what do we think the job is worth. And that's what I have argued in the past, is what do we think this job is worth, whether it's the city attorney, that's the city manager, and so on. It is what do we think the job is worth. So the longevity clause, I do have an issue with. Thank you.
Bruce? Oh, I'm sorry, Phil.
Okay. Just to remind everyone, Jerry made a point that one of the things that we do require is that the city manager lives in the city of Littleton. It's not required of any other employee in the group. It's not required of our presiding judge. It's not required of our city attorney. And those are essentially the employees of the city council. And as far as our HR code as it goes forward, it's not required of any other employee of the city. When you're dealing with compensation, it's very often a tough discussion because compensation needs to be fair, but it also needs to be competitive. And part of what that competitiveness is, it's not necessarily what we value it, because the market really determines some of that value. And so some of the analysis that's done is done in a comparative sense. You have a satisfier of having enough to support a lifestyle that would be here in Littleton, but you also take a look at what are some of the incentives that you might want to include for desired behavior. And in this instance, this benefit discussion that we're having is we'd like a guy that's performing pretty well, who's at least started off in his first year and pretty much held to the guides that had been provided by the City Council, and has done a good job, and we'd like to have him around. When he initially negotiated the first contract with the city, actually put us on notice that we would see something after the first year, and provided we were happy with it, we may want to move in that direction. When you start to take a look at these agreements and you start to deal with personnel issues, there's a lot of entanglements, and the fact that this is actually described on about a page and a half, for someone that deals in non-qualified executive deferred comp and all of those other spaces, this is an amazingly short description of what is a benefit program to be provided to a single employee. There are a number of things that aren't included in this that are available in other municipalities. We haven't included a car allowance. Previous city managers in the city have had car allowance. We haven't included a housing allowance where we require someone to live in the city of Littleton. We haven't included that. Don't take notes on this, Michael. Okay. We're not subsidizing to any greater degree health benefit costs for the city manager. All of those are possibilities. We didn't go through extensive purchase and repurchase of homes, loan subsidy, any of those components around his move here to the city. There's lots of complications that occur in some of these areas of when is there a contribution, when is there an accrual that occurs. Some of those have to deal with tax implications. That's why there's an extensive description of some of this, although what I'll say is it's only over a page and a half. So the question to me is, do we want to provide the city manager, as far as city staff outside of the city attorney and the presiding judge, a benefit that's related to we want him to stay and be in a position to do that? Is it fair and is it competitive? And my conclusion is yes.
Bruce?
I very much appreciate the comments that Councilmember Sinanek as well as Valdez made. I think that Phil was very well spoken in terms of the nature of what we were trying to accomplish. Speaking for myself, I fear this truly has ended up as sort of a situation where no good deed does go unpunished. I think it has been indicated. I'll say I'm very pleased with the job that the city manager's done as the chief executive officer of a large organization in terms of moving the super tanker in a position or in a direction that's positive and is, if you will, catching some of the positive wave that are out there from a variety of perspectives around the community. Without laundry listing everything, certainly the data points we've seen, the scorecards, the community surveys, so forth and so on, would tend to support and suggest that the citizens broadly are enthusiastic about the general directions we're moving in, and I think, frankly, his ability to multitask, puts all of us to shame. We ultimately did a lot of what we were doing or having the conversations we were having in confidential exec session by virtue of the fact that they were personnel oriented. You're seeing the end result of this whole thing. I think personnel matters, out of courtesy as well as a matter of law, have a level of confidentiality in them that needs to be honored. Ultimately, a lot of this stuff's going to get ratified in public meeting, as is totally appropriate. Subsequent to the first cut at doing something which ultimately was in recognition, in my opinion, of trying to relate or express to the city manager our collective desire to incent him to be retained as a long-term chief executive officer of the organization for all the right reasons. Issues were raised with the form of the document that was prepared. Right, wrong, or indifferent, some of those issues had not been anticipated. I'll say from my own account, when the issues got raised, I understood what the issues being raised were, and I will flat out say I hadn't. The intent of what was being developed versus the issues that were raised ended up being something of new information, at least as far as I was concerned. So I will, take responsibility on my part for not having thought through it in depth at that level. Ideally, if you then approach a problem with trying to fix the problem and solve it as opposed to looking at how the problem arose, I kind of tend to think in business or in government we're somewhat further ahead, and I think that's essentially what you're seeing in this situation. What we tried to do was take a step back, engage special counsel that had a lot of experience in this area. I think the counsel we had engaged previously was competent, certainly, but on the second pass, it was someone who was way more familiar with these types of arrangements, and hence there was a value add, in my opinion. Ultimately, changes have been made to the document that I think make it a more substantive document. I mean, if you read through this, the city manager forfeits any longevity pay with respect to engaging in misconduct, any action that council in its sole discretion determine creates a conflict of interest, and he forfeits the pay in the event he resigns for any reason other than disability and ability to complete the essential function of his position, which is beyond his control. So it's a very narrow set of parameters or circumstances when he would theoretically be able to collect this. And I think somebody mentioned it wasn't necessarily about the money. The process was not as clean as ideally I think we would have all preferred. Yet at the same point in time, we do have special counsel opinion that what has been crafted is not inconsistent, or in fact is consistent and not in violation with the charter. And not being an attorney, I pretty much am bound to rely upon the attorneys that we are engaging on behalf of the city to help guide us in our decision-making process, and as such, I'm supportive of the document that it's, as it has been reconstituted.
Jim.
Well, we only hire 3 people, and the city manager being one of those 3. And when we looked at comparables of years of service as well as similar-sized cities, and you go out and check all that out, I think you'll find that Littleton City's manager is not paid as much as the people in comparable positions are paid. And a retention policy for all of our employees might be a good idea, but that is certainly a budgetary issue, and if that is going to be something we're going to talk about, it needs to be part of the budget for 2014 and thereafter. I'm a very literal reader. I read everything literally. And when I read this amendment to the employment contract, it seems to make very perfectly good sense to me. It is something that we want to keep our city manager around for a while, and this contract is the ability to allow us to do that. So I think it's a good amendment to the contract.
Okay. I concur with Councilmember Cernanek and Stallman in particular in terms of the intent of this. The intent was simply to provide a mechanism by which we were able to secure a qualified candidate in the most important position in the city, and we never have been able to be above the fray, above the line, and on the pay scale. I think, Jim, we're actually below it, and that's fairly consistent. There's as many cities as there are. If they're a city manager form of government, there's one position in that city, and that's a city manager. There's not a mass of city managers positions out there. It's a position, it's an at-will position. It is one of our 3 direct reports. And the judge position, in order for council to terminate the judge, requires a unanimous vote, a 7-0 vote. City manager, at any time, and we've seen it happen across the state, across the country, when a council changes over for no reason at all, can be fired and then has to move their family. And so there's a lot of risks that come with the job. Granted, they got the job, they applied for the job, they've studied for the job, they want the job. But some of those risks, I think we have a responsibility to assume some of those also. The comment that it's a severance package. It's not a severance package. It's clearly not a severance package, because this is, and we have the severance package in the charter, and the city manager will get the severance package when this happens. This doesn't start until the year 2. This is a longevity bonus. It's an enticement for the employment. And also, what we are doing is our very best, and we may stumble. And when we put this together and we heard comments back, we realized, maybe we need to look at that again. And that's comments from the community, and we appreciate that. And we did look at it again, and we didn't shop for attorneys. We worked with our city attorney, and we worked with our CIRSA attorney, which is our employment attorney, which we are covered by our policy for that. So this was not something we spent a lot of money on either. This was something we spent a lot of time on, and we spent the time because it's important. We wanted to get it right. We didn't want to violate the charter. We don't wake up in the morning deciding we want to try to violate the charter. We do everything we can in order to maintain the charter, to obey the charter, to honor the charter, because that is our sworn oath. And that's what we are expected to do, and that is what we expect ourselves to do. So that being said, unless there's any other comments, we'll vote. Okay. Peggy and then Jerry.
Yeah. First, the fussier comment. I see it as severance because he doesn't get it until the employment's severed. I would rather that he got something when he's outstanding, which I hope is every year. I'd rather him get it in the year that he's been outstanding, so if he wants to, he can go and do something with it or invest it or whatever. So that's what I'd much rather have than, down the line, maybe when I'm too old to spend it. I did do some searching on severance and longevity pay around the country, and a lot of places give the longevity pay after 5 years of service, 10 years of service. Some give a dollar amount based on some factor. Several of them give a percentage increase, whatever. But so there are different ways of doing things, not at the end of when somebody's here. But again, I'd rather focus on giving him the money now. He could take us all out to eat. Well, not us, because we were giving it to him. But he could take people out to eat. He could go to the Metro State basketball games. He could go to the DU basketball games. So that's why.
Jerry.
Cool. I've heard several times that, how the council approved this last time, and it was a 5-2 vote last time. And I got a feeling it's probably going to be the same thing this time.
Well, let's see. Ready to vote?
Let's do it.
The vote is 4 in favor, with Councilmember Cole, Councilmember Valdez, and Councilmember Beckman voting no. The motion carries.
Item 8A is a ordinance on second reading and a public hearing. City Attorney.
Can you turn off Councilmember Cernanix?
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is an ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, approving the rezoning of property known as 6775 and 6855 South Santa Fe Drive from RS Residential Suburban Agricultural District to I-1 Light Industrial District.
Okay. All right. And Glenn, are you ready? Okay, thank you. And this is a public hearing, so we will begin with the applicant and staff and their presentation. You know what, before we begin and while you're setting that up, why don't we take a quick break? Okay? We'll be back at 9:15.
That's good.
Okay, Glenn, are you ready?
I am ready, Mayor.
Okay.
Council, thank you very much. We're here tonight to hear the rezoning of 19 acres and rezoned from RS, which is a residential agricultural district, to light industrial, I-1. The physical address is 6775 and 6855 South Santa Fe Drive. But it's the property that's located between, on the north is the Meadowwood Mobile Home Park, and on the south is the Woolhorse subdivision. Some of you might remember this affectionately as the old Walmart site, but that's the property we're talking about tonight. And I wanted to spend a little bit of time to tell you that the process here is a little bit different, and there's a step that's already occurred. Your planning board gave you a recommendation of approval on the I-1 zoning, but they also approved the plan development overlay, which is this document, and that has been approved, and that's the final approval occurs at the planning board. And what that does is restrict some of the I-1 uses to make sure this becomes a good neighbor between those two residential neighborhoods. We allow for some outdoor events with restrictions, and also there's considerable height and setback standards that are put on the property that don't occur in the formal traditional I-1 zoning that we're asking you to approve. So that's what's up before you tonight. It's really a traditional zoning case for the council, and that means it's not a planned development as far as you're concerned. You're just changing the RS to I-1. But you know that it's being restricted by what was approved by the planning board. In fact, we are putting a condition on the property that the I-1 zoning doesn't go into place unless the planned development overlay goes into place. And then finally, we'll bring to you all the details as far as how the site's going to be developed, specifically about public improvements. And that'll be in the form of a site development plan improvement agreement, which we are working on diligently with the applicants right now. We hope to bring it to you at the next council meeting, but it may, it's getting more and more complicated every day, and it may be the following, perhaps April 16th. But we are diligently trying to move that forward.
Glenn, can we just, Council, do you have any questions or concerns about that? Bruce?
Just one, Glenn. I don't want to mix the apples and the oranges, but if my concern was things that can happen in an I-1 that might be offensive to a community, smoke, smell, sounds, and those kinds of things, are they included in other kinds of enforcement activities in the city so that we don't have to depend on what's being done after our vote tonight?
Yes, there's actually on all those nuisances, there is a standard requirement in the zoning code that if it's obnoxious to adjacent neighbors, there's a method to for us to investigate to see if it exceeds those requirements. But most of the standards are located here, so this becomes our code for this property as well as the zoning code. So if something's not specifically addressed here, it is addressed in our zoning code.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else, Bruce?
I can
Specifically on this issue. Because we'll go deeper. I just don't want, I want us to be able to settle on this agreement issue and not let it.
Okay, I think I've got something that's maybe, it's a future item, but it's maybe a little more detailed, so I'll wait.
That's okay. If
Oh, he'll wait. He'll wait.
Peggy, did you have anything on? Okay. Okay.
Third
Go ahead.
slide. Thank you. Hey, this is the site, and just I'll go from north around the site just to explain the zoning. The Meadowwood Mobile Home Park, as you know, has been a mobile home park, been a residential use for a number of years. It is actually Zone B3, which is a general commercial district. And then as you move south, the parcel that is to the southeast corner of the site is zoned RS, so it's a similar zoning of what's zoned currently on the subject property. And then directly south, you have the Woolhurst subdivision, which is zoned R3 with a PDO overlay and R4 multifamily with a PDO overlay. And then you have our site directly west, which is zoned open space. The city acquired that at some point. I think the idea was to add to the open space, but also create a buffer to the South Platte Park. We have kind of an extensive Exhibit B where we talk about the overall goals of the general plan and how this proposed zoning meets that, but we also have the specific requirements of the South Santa Fe corridor. And if you look at the land use plan that's included there, it shows this area as business park, which envisions office, research and development, light industrial, light distribution, and showroom uses. And we feel that certainly this request meets all those standards. Here's the site plan, and on there, this is again from the PDO that the Planning Board has approved. On there is delineated the various setback requirements. They have a setback, and starting again on the north, they're setting back 25 feet from the new Briarwood Avenue that they will be constructing. And then there's an additional 55 feet, and anything within that area has to be no greater than 48 feet in height. From there south, they increase the height to 55 feet. The only exception to that is there are some grain silos kind of in the center of the site where you have your hops and barley, and those will go up to 60 feet. When you hit the actually the Designs by Sundown site, it's virtually the same setbacks. They actually are a little bit reduced in height, and they do have an actual 100-foot building setback adjacent to the single-family subdivision to the south. So nothing can be built in that area. Let's give you an idea of some of the architecture, and certainly the applicants will show you a bit more on this. So Breckenridge Brewery is proposing to build approximately 85,000 square feet on the site. Includes a fermenting building, a brew house, office, restaurant. This would be a view if you're in the South Platte Park looking to the west, and this would show the I believe it's the brew house primarily. And then if you're in the Meadowwood Mobile Home Park or you're standing on Briarwood Avenue, this would be a view on the top of what the fermenting building would look like. There's actually a bridge across on the second level, and this would be your main entry between the two buildings if you're going on a tour or you're going to the restaurant. And this would be your entrance off of Briarwood. And then the view from Santa Fe is on the bottom, and that's the packaging and the warehouse facilities. And I might point out, you can see, and I think it's probably out of scale, but you can see those 60-foot silos in the background. But those are really going to be the highest structures on the site. And then excuse me, Councilmember.
So one of the views, we're seeing the two silos. I'm having trouble orienting myself where the other silo is in the bottom.
On the picture on the bottom, you're seeing one behind the other, or you're not seeing the one in the back.
Thank you.
And then again, Designs by Sundown. They're moving their corporate headquarters here. They're up on Santa Fe, I believe in Englewood, and they are locating to Littleton, so they are building a new 12,000 square foot complex that includes the office. They're really looking for a Colorado Lodge architecture, and then the barn would be an equipment yard that they would keep their equipment in. Again, all the architecture, I think, really relates to our South Platte Park design guidelines that talks about more of an agrarian type of architecture to harken back to the past of Littleton. And then I just want to hit some of the issues that we're going to address when we bring forward to you that development agreement. And we will talk about development fees in the agreement, how we align the two parcels between Designs by Sundown and Breckenridge Brewery, where that common property line ends up. Santa Fe Drive improvements, how they're going to get access and meet the CDOT requirements, and how the traffic signal, which they are proposing at Briarwood and Santa Fe, how that gets installed. Utility connections, one of the important issues for the out parcel, the IDA site, is they don't have access to sewer and water. So the proposed development will provide access to those important utilities to ensure that that development can occur when that property does develop.
Point out
Yes, Bruce.
Can you point out the IDA property?
Good. Okay, it would be the lower right-hand corner where it says Zone RS, Residential, Vacant Residential. That would be the IDA site. And then also, I'm sure you'll hear testimony about vehicle access. One of the concerns of the IDA property owners are how do we get to that traffic signal, which is across this project, how we underground the utility lines, and then also there'll be a considerable portion that will include cost recovery. So if the mobile home park, if the IDA site redevelops, they connect into utilities or roadways that have been put in place by these developers, these developers should expect to get paid back on a pro rata share. So that'll be a part of the agreement as well. And then just finally, how the construction has to occur, when we inspect it, how we warrant it, and how we accept those final improvements.
Before you leave that one, Glenn, just going back, in dealing with the drainage improvements and easement, is there a stormwater retention on the property that's going to be maintained, or is that runoff, what's the plan for that runoff?
Right now, what's proposed on the Breckenridge site is they will retain the water that falls on their site, and they are providing an easement. But again, we have to work out the various details as far as the regional water and how we address that. And I know about that much about drainage, and I'll look to Charlie if you ask me a more detailed question. And then finally, they'll go through building plan review. We'll issue permits, and they'll build it, and we'll inspect it. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions for you. Your planning board, again, is recommending approval of the rezoning by a 7-0 vote.
Jim?
Glenn, I've got, I think, 4 questions, and I don't care whether you answer it, the developer answers it, or it comes as part of the agreement in the future. But when the B3 property to the north is redeveloped, I'd like somewhere that designs by Sundown and or Breckenridge Wind Coop get reimbursed for half the cost of that traffic signal that's going in on Santa Fe. And I think that needs to be spelled out front, that if and when that is developed, that they get reimbursed for this cost. You talked about reimbursement for some of the other properties, but I didn't hear you say something about the traffic signal. And would like someplace that they are going to have to work with adjoining agencies to make the connections to the Mary Carter Greenway Trail, because I think that's, you can pull a lot of people off that trail, both northbound and southbound, to come into this site. So just get a trail system approved for that. And I frankly like the idea of storage of the stormwater on city's property, including even the storage of water that would come off of Breckenridge property, stored on the city's property. I think the very appropriate use of our own property. And the maximum of 4 events per year and stopping at 7 p.m., both of those seem a little unreasonable to me, in both the limitation and the time it stops, especially when the B3 to the north is going to be changing to a business use, we assume, since that's what it's zoned for, as opposed to residential use. Then allowing a later time or more events should be some process in there that would be allowed a change to occur. And then lastly, along South Santa Fe, there is a large blank wall. If you go back in the Midwest, you see these barns alongside the roads, close to small communities. It's got the name of the community out there. I think it would be great to have Littleton spelled across up there so that when people are traveling down the roadway, they know when they get to Littleton, and it may also help identify Breckenridge Brewery.
I will let them answer that one. On the traffic signal, that's certainly the intent. Now, we wouldn't necessarily say that the adjacent property owner pays 50% of that traffic signal. What we're doing is setting up a formula that's based on trips. Traffic trips for that future use. So, and again, you will see that in the development agreement in a lot more detail. Stormwater, that's something we've discussed. Potentially that could be an amenity on city site. And so that's, again, something else that we're going to address when you have the agreement before you. And the number of events and the restrictions on that is something the applicant worked really hard with the Meadowwood folks. I think the Breckenridge folks would say we really don't intend to go beyond 7 o'clock, but we do have a provision that if they do want to go have additional events or additional or go later into the evening, then they reach a consensus with the adjoining property owners and city staff, and they're able to do that. And I think we give it a few years, and if it works, then perhaps we even amend the PDO and make it more of a permanent, so it's not an every year thing. But they're comfortable with seeing how it works with these requirements, and so is staff.
Bruce?
Sort of to follow on that point, Glenn, it says in here, it says received consent of a majority of residents of Meadowwood and Woolhurst Landing neighborhoods to hold additional events. Mechanically, how does that get accomplished?
It's difficult. And I think in one case you have an HOA with the Woolhurst area, so I think that's fairly easy. Now, I did go to the neighborhood meeting at Meadowwood, and if you ask for a meeting, everybody shows up there. So I think I'm not as concerned, I think, with those two neighborhoods.
All right. Two other quick ones. Planning board approved the PDO with the condition the property is rezoned to I-1 light industrial within 1 year. And this is, forgive me, because this is something that's come up before, and I'm thought I sort of understood it. Maybe it has to do, is it because it's a PDO? Is that what's driving the 1 year issue?
Yeah, I think the idea was we make sure we tie those two together, because the planning board approves the PDO, you approve the I-1.
Okay.
If they approve the PDO and for whatever reason the project evaporates.
Then it reverts.
Right.
Okay, all right, that's fair enough then. The last question I wanted to ask at this juncture is, I'm on page 3 of the staff memo, it talks about the 1990 Rangeview Gulch Master Drainage Study. And it further references, well, it basically says at some future date the city will install the culvert and other drainage improvements recommended by the master plan, but in order to allow for the future implementation of the master drainage plan, the applicant is going to grade the site to accommodate future culvert and grant the necessary drainage easement to the city, and I get the easement part, but I guess I know you guys are going to come back on this stuff, and that's fine, but help me understand why, is it anticipated that it would seem if you're going to put a drainage culvert in, that at the point in time that you're doing construction on the site for the first time, that would tend to me to be the logical time to put such infrastructure in the ground. It sounds like that's not necessarily what's being anticipated. So I guess I'm just curious if I'm interpreting that correctly or if I'm missing something.
I'll ask Charlie, give you a better answer.
Council, I'm Charlie Boston, Public Works Director. The drainage issue, Council, is very complex and also very expensive. There's several things to consider. For future drainage purposes, we'd like to have an easement or right-of-way in order to install any facilities that need to be placed there. This developer is proposing to do that with a 40-foot permanent easement and 2 10-foot temporary easements, one on each side.
Can you point those out is there a way to point those out on the site plan, just for information purposes? Sorry to interrupt.
Is there a pointer?
Yeah, the little arrow. You see the arrow?
Can you do it there?
Members?
It goes virtually east to west from Santa Fe Drive to the city property, right through the basically center of the development. But there's more to it than this, so I'm going to spend a couple of minutes explaining some issues. The 1990 study, we believe, is somewhat outdated and needs to be revisited because of changes in the area. Number one being improvements to Santa Fe Drive that have occurred since 1990, including 2 walls that have been built. And then there are drainage improvements that have been done on the east side of the railroad tracks that also need to be considered. So our position is that 90 study may not be applicable anymore, and we need to have it redone. Typically, Urban Drainage and Flood Control District does that study with participation from the local agency, in this case, the city. We have asked Urban Drainage if they would undertake this effort and do a study from the east side of Santa Fe to the river, rather than try and tackle the entire drainage basin. They have said that they cannot do that in 2013. It would be 2014 at the earliest. Furthermore, if the city wanted to do that totally on its own and not have urban drainage expertise and funding to assist with that, we're predicting anywhere from $50,000 to $75,000 to do that study, and it might take upwards of 9 months to a year to complete. Our belief is that we should wait for urban drainage participation in order to make that study, and before any improvements are built to accommodate drainage from Rangeview Gulch Basin, which actually starts way up to the southeast and works its way to this point, that we need to have that study in order to determine what to build. We have figured out where we have the easement in order to do it, and that is as shown on the drawing, but we don't know what it is that we should build. As Councilman Taylor suggested, we do own about 12 acres of land directly to the west of this property between Breckenridge Brewery, Sundown property, and the river. That is the old Central Construction, Saperchi, and the residence that is there. it does make some sense to consider using that property as stormwater enhancement facilities on a regional basis in order to get the water across the site and into the river. It can be done as an amenity and not necessarily as a liability to that property by using it for wetlands area, wildlife habitat, and a water feature of some sort at that location. Maybe it's a better use of that property than what is being used now, and rather than find some other place to do stormwater quality enhancement. I may be telling you more than you need to know, but I think I have to cover some of these points. We do not think that necessarily we should put the stormwater quality enhancement water from the Breckenridge Brewery Designs by Sundown site and do that on the open space the city owns. It's a regional problem, and we ought to do regional water on that property. But as I stated earlier, and I think this is critical, the study that needs to be done, what we call a floodplain hazard area delineation, needs to be determined between the east side of the river, east side of Santa Fe and the river before we do anything.
So that's excellent information. Thank you for that. That's very good enhancement of at least my understanding. From your perspective, deferring or the timeline you outlined for that particular piece of project work doesn't create any negative consequences for the applicant in terms of proceeding with what's being proposed. I mean, they can do what they're talking about doing, and this is something that once there's no good reason to defer them until this gets done in some sort of a linear sequencing, right?
Right.
Okay.
You do not need to do the drainage now as a part of this development. They are reserving the easement, which is a critical part of the overall plan.
Okay. So then, just hypothetically, if there's a drainage event, where does it go pending the improvements?
If we get a 100-year storm in the Rangeview Gulch Basin, most likely that water is going to flood the railroad tracks, Santa Fe Drive. A lot of it end up in Lee Gulch to the north, and there may be other properties that are flooded as well. Right now, the current floodplain from the 1990 study shows the flooding on the Meadowwood Village Mobile Home Park.
All right.
But there have been some changes made, so we aren't sure if that's accurate.
Okay. And they're obviously going to, their configuration and construction of their sites would at least take some of that into account from the standpoint of how they're positioning their buildings and I don't know what the right word is. I'm looking.
Yeah, they're
for.
grading their site to
grading.
accommodate the fact that at some point in the future, a culvert would be installed within that easement.
Okay, but pending it, the grading that they're talking about is likely to improve or enhance their
It's
ability.
not going to change or make their site any more susceptible to flooding than it would be otherwise.
Okay,
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Charlie, the comments from urban drainage and flood control that were included in the packet, they're recommending, and is this the same thing? They're recommending that it be a open drainage way?
That's their standard response. In order for them to participate in the project, they would require it to be an open drainage channel. We don't always go with that recommendation, and we understand the consequences in dealing with it that way. We don't have a problem with the fact that the easement would allow for a culvert and not the open channel that urban drainage is recommending.
Mm-hmm. And is there, what do you see as the issues with the open channel?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
What do you see are the issues with
Well,
an
an open channel takes up a huge amount of land. If I could be very straight on it, if you go with an open channel on this property, it probably can't be developed as presented. So we came up with other solutions, and that is the culvert. The drainage channel, an open channel with 3-to-1 side slopes, would take up at least 100 feet wide of land right through the middle of this property. And to be honest about it, Council, it probably makes this development plan impossible.
Would it not also be a safety factor if you've got people and children and?
Well, it could be, but more importantly, it's also going to be incredibly ugly.
Yeah.
So we came up with the developer a better idea on how to handle drainage through the property, and we understand that at that point, urban drainage would not participate unless they change their policy at some point. When this culvert gets built, I have no idea.
Okay. Any other questions for Charlie? Bruce?
Just to amplify on that issue, years ago, I was in a position to look at flood potentials in the community, and I remember meeting with you, Charlie, and we talked about this very one coming from the area of all the way down south on the point there, all the way coming back Santa Fe and across. You know, it was a significant issue then. So I want to say that I do know this is significant. My concern is also that this drainage, I'm sure you're taking into account, but this drainage could be an east-west barrier that to have the roadway patterns and things that you talk about in there require significant engineering then to breach them. So I hope that's an upfront issue, because there has to be a swale or a contour or something in the meantime to take care of what potentially could happen.
Yes. Understood.
Okay. You done?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Okay, council, any other questions? Okay, then I will open the public hearing.
Oh, do we get the applicant?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, come on down.
Just IT right now.
Well, good evening. My name's Jim DeLay. I live at 9162 South Kenwood Court in Highlands Ranch, and I'm a planning consultant that is part of the team that was assembled for Designs by Sundown and Breckenridge Brewery. And on behalf of the entire team, one, thank you for allowing us to come before you, and two, we're really excited to be here. We've worked with your staff for over a year now. It started with Michael Hommel's project, Designs by Sundown, and then Breckenridge Brewery came along. So a lot of hard work's come in. So we're glad we're finally here. It's a lot of work that's come in. So thanks again. You know, Glenn and Charlie have done a great job of describing the project. And we're going to show you a little more detail, maybe to answer some of the questions that you've had. To get here, the slide that's before you, Designs by Sundown and Breckenridge Brewery have assembled quite the team in terms of architects and planners and engineers to make sure that we answered as many of the questions as we could. Even though this is a zoning and there's maybe more detail coming in the site development plan, we wanted to show as much detail as we could so you knew exactly what this project was going to look like. So there's a lot of people that were involved. Also, and not necessarily everybody will participate in the presentation tonight, but we're all here to answer questions when they come up. Also tonight is Michael Hommel, president of Designs by Sundown, and Ed Cerkovnik, which is the president and the founder of Breckenridge Brewery. Michael Hommel, the general manager and the head brewmaster, just had to leave to catch a flight, but Ed is here, and you'll probably hear from him too. So. You know, these plans don't just appear. There's a lot of work that goes in to them, and so we use a process, and I call it a design process. I'm a big believer in design process, in that it's the steps you take leading up to the design, the detail that you get in terms of the site analysis, that really make it a lot easier to do. One, have a design that's creative. Two, have a design that fits its context, that understands how it's going to fit within the neighborhood. And three, that meets the vision of the city in terms of your comprehensive plans, those types of things. And this map is just a vicinity map. You can see I've highlighted the project site, Meadowwood to the north, the Woolhurst Landing neighbors to the south. You did see the notch out for the Eda property. Your property, the open space to the west, and the Santa Fe corridor to the east. As part of that process, it's more than just a physical understanding of what we're going to do here. It's an understanding of the work that you've already done. One of those is a zoning map that's highlighted in blue, and as Glenn had mentioned, there's a current zoning of residential, but you can start to see the different zoning that's occurred both to our north, the B3 zoning, the R3 and 4 to the south, but then also farther north and farther south, because at one time these were probably all some level of residential estate. So you can see how Littleton has changed over the years, and this is just one example of going from one land use to another. So that's an important perspective that we wanted to understand how this project would fit. And I think equally, if not more important, is your comprehensive planning efforts. And Glenn mentioned it, again, highlighted in blue. As BP Business Park, it allows a variety of land uses, but it was important for us to make sure we were consistent with the work that you had already done in terms of doing your comprehensive planning and trying to understand what's the best uses we can do for this part of South Santa Fe. You know, and then finally we get to the site itself. This is where a lot of the physical site analysis comes into effect. We start to take a look at the size and configuration of the parcel, especially in respect to the neighbors to the north, the neighbors to the south, the EDA property, how we're going to access those properties in terms of existing Briarwood Avenue, the existing right-in, right-out turns that occur off Santa Fe, and then things on site itself, where the views are from, where trees are, where the drainage patterns are. All these things come into play as we're trying to decide where we're going to place the buildings, where we're going to place the Breckenridge Brewery facility, where we're going to place the Designs by Sundown facility. You know, and then I'm going to turn this over to the architects that walk you through the plans, but we're big believers, and early on we talked to both Michael Hummel and Breckenridge Brewery about we need to provide benefits beyond our borders. What can this project do that benefits not only our adjacent neighbors, but the city as a whole? And the first one, I think, is an improvement to Briarwood Avenue, which fixes an intersection it's a tough intersection. You got parallel driveways into Meadowwood and the Briarwood Avenue. So what this project will do will fix that by creating a brand new road. And a lot of this stuff came out of a neighborhood outreach effort that we did. We hosted 4 different meetings with the Meadowwood people, with the Woolhurst Landings. We've met with the EDAs and their representatives, all in an effort to try to understand the impacts that this project would have. And quite honestly, as a result of those meetings, a lot of things came out of those meetings in terms of things we could do with setbacks, orientations of buildings, and where driveways occur. I think the next big benefit that comes to mind is just getting a traffic signal at Briarwood and Santa Fe. I know in the meetings we had with Meadowwood residents, they like it. It's an unsafe situation. You can't really turn left and go north. So this will create an environment where it's a safe stop where everybody can then go on a variety of movements. And then, as both Charlie and Glenn mentioned, there's other benefits beyond our borders. We know that at some point the drainage is going to figure itself out with the additional study. But what we can do is provide an area that can accommodate that drainage with the easement that we're doing. And they're absolutely right in trying to understand the difference between a 100 to 120-foot open channel versus providing an easement that's a 40-foot permanent and 2 temporaries and putting a pipe underground. That allows us to actually use the site better than what we would have to do with an open drainage. I think the steps that both Breckenridge and Designs by Sundown have done with their architecture is really in tune with the efforts of the city and your staff in terms of trying to demonstrate the character that you want along here. And then I think, first and foremost is you get 2 very significant, successful businesses that one of them's in Littleton and one of them wants to be in Littleton. So I think anytime we can put successful businesses in and that want to grow their business in Littleton is something that we've looked to. Right now I'd like to bring up quickly Michael Hummel. He's the president of Designs by Sundown. He's going to talk to you a little bit about why he wants to do what he wants to do.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael Hummel. I'm a longtime Littleton resident. I moved from Denver in 1963 with my family. I was 2 years old at the time to Littleton. So I consider myself pretty much a native of Littleton. I married a local Littleton girl who was born and raised here, father of a Denver policeman and 6 children. She lived off Rafferty Gardens and later Fremont Street. So Littleton's very precious and sacred to us. So we've raised our kids here. They went to Rappel High School, Heritage High School. I went to school at St. Mary's right around the corner. I grew up on Costilla Street. I started my business, Designs by Sundown, out of my parents' garage, where Costilla Street does the turn, and we'd run around the railroad tracks. And what's neat about this land, where I'm currently at my nursery, that was owned by Normandy Mish, his father, who was a Gates Rubber factory worker. He raised his 6 or 7 children there, and I got to know Normandy. She bought the property from her father, and she had talked to me about purchasing that land to have my nursery on it. And at the time, earlier in the years of the business, I couldn't afford it, but 2002, I was able to purchase that land. And Normandy and I have kept a relationship. Her father planted a peach tree on the property, and that was kind of valuable to her and her family. And we moved that tree when we built Designs by Sundown Nursery. We moved that tree for her down to her new home in Sedalia after we purchased the land. And I say this because it's important to know that that property is very valuable to me. Normandy Mish could have sold that property to a developer, and she refused to. That came in at the time when I was trying to negotiate a deal with her for more money. She wanted that land to be a nursery, and she wanted that land to be kind of taken care of. So I'm saying this in the fact that it's very valuable to me. I'm excited about the Breckenridge Brewery combination because I think the two of us combined are going to add to the benefit of Littleton. It's going to be very attractive. It's going to be very economical for the city, and I'm just excited about the whole process.
Any questions for Mike? I have a question. Mike, are you consolidating your other offices?
I am. We've outgrown a facility in Inglewood, and that's why the purpose of this move is. Went under contract to buy the additional land around me to build a barn, an office barn, and a hunter's lodge to move our entire facility down to this new location.
Okay, thank you.
I always appreciated your Christmas decorations on your site in Inglewood and look forward to you doing something very similar to that when you move to Littleton.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think you can look at both of our operations, the one in Inglewood and Littleton, and we take great pride in the landscaping and how our visual presence is for the traffic on Santa Fe. And, I want to reiterate how important Littleton is to us, and we're very excited to move to Littleton. Many of the people that work for Designs by Sundown are Littleton residents, graduated from Littleton schools, and a lot of us went to CSU. So Littleton's special not only to myself, but many of the employees of Designs by Sundown.
How many do you employ?
We employ 120 during peak season, 45 to 50 off season. And what's interesting is Todd Usry, the brewmaster for Breckenridge, he was one of my earlier workers back in 1992 that worked for me. And I kid him, he's probably one of the hardest working white boys I ever had working for me. But so our history goes back. He worked for me coming out of college.
Small world.
It is.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Mike.
And then I think we'd like to bring up Ed. Sir Kovnick's going to talk a bit about Breckenridge. You know, Todd Usry had to leave, but he tells a good story about just what the craft brewing industry is doing these days. So I know Ed wants to say a couple words.
Good evening. Tough night for you guys because Todd Usry, who's the guy who has really done all the work on this project on behalf of Breckenridge Wynkoop, had to catch a red-eye flight back to the East Coast. So you're stuck with the two of us. I'm Ed Sirkovnik. I'm the president of Breckenridge Wynkoop, which is the developer of this Breckenridge Brewery of Littleton project. Joining me up here today is my partner, Lee Driscoll. And Lee comes from the Wynkoop side of things, and he is the, by virtue of losing the coin flip with me, he is the chief executive officer of Breckenridge Wynkoop LLC. So Todd actually gave me some quick notes here that he wanted me to touch upon. First and foremost, we are tremendously excited about the opportunity here in Littleton. Having the opportunity to build really a destination brewery that will be just a showcase for everything that we stand for as a company in terms of not just the craft brewing industry in Colorado, but nationwide. We're the 41st largest craft brewer in the United States. We'd probably be in the top 25 if we could brew more beer, and we intend to do something about that by building this facility out in your neighborhood. So Todd has worked tremendously hard with all of the folks at the city level here in Littleton. I've got a few of them kind of gotten beat up tonight, and I got to tell you that they've been an absolute pleasure to work with. And your staff, the city of Littleton, should be very, very proud of how they've reached out to us, how they've embraced this project and worked with us and worked with the people who will be affected by this project. And so kudos to them. This project is going to speak to kind of who we are. We're all about Colorado. You can tell from the design. It's got a very rural look and feel. It'll be bucolic in nature. We'll open up to the open space. We grew up in the mountains. We started the original Breckenridge Brewery in January of 1990, and that brewery is still alive and operating and doing very well in Breckenridge. As Todd likes to say, now we're moving down to our country estate and ranch here in Littleton, and we're extremely excited about that. Look forward to being good neighbors with all of the people in Littleton, those adjacent to us, and those from the entire city of Littleton. So, Lee, would you like to add anything?
No, I'd just like to thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Jim?
I passed by your facility on Kalmuth with great frequency. I'm always amazed at the number of people who are visiting that facility. Are you going to keep that facility as well as build a new one down here?
We expect to sell that brewery on a turnkey basis so that another, hopefully, Colorado brewer that is much smaller than us can buy that facility and continue to employ people in the city and county of Denver. In fact, we probably will not even bring any of the equipment from that facility to the new facility, primarily because that facility will be is about a third of the size of what we contemplate here right out of the gate.
I asked that question because I'm a good friend with the city councilman whose district that is in, and I just want to know how much grief I'm going to get for this.
Well, I would expect a lot of grief if I were you. We looked long and hard. We looked all over Metro Denver. In fact, I think our brokers are up there, and they will attest that They told us how hard they worked looking for sites, and it was really kind of serendipitous that this all came together. Todd's connection with Mike Hummel, a guy named Jim Aper, who's sitting up there trying to be inconspicuous, but he was the guy who originally reached out to us. And so this has all gone like it was supposed to go and like it was meant to happen. And on our end, we've worked very, very hard to make it happen.
Bruce.
I have two questions. One's kind of self-serving. Will the bottles be labeled brewed in Littleton?
You know, we haven't.
I want to answer that.
I'll answer any question. I'm not running for anything at this point. That said, we're not sure what we're going to name the facility. It'll be Breckenridge Brewery, perhaps of Littleton. Our existing facility is named Breckenridge Brewery of Colorado, so that's on the label. But that's something that we're still working on and trying to figure out, and we'll get it figured out at some point.
Also, just as we looked at the map and looked at those diagrams, the property that is just south of there that's called the Ida property, one of the concerns that Glenn mentioned and that I know is being worked on, but just as a neighbor, I wanted to present it to you, and that is the transportation in and out of there and the access in and out of there and the continuity, I guess I'm looking for, adjacency. You all are aware of that property in your planning, because I'm concerned because it's the other piece of the frontage on Santa Fe.
Understand that concern. We are acutely aware of the issues, not just for that property, but for other surrounding properties. And it's part of our culture to be a good neighbor, and we want to work with everyone, and we're ready, willing, and able to do that. So we'll engage in a dialogue with those folks and make sure that we're doing what needs to be done to, as best we can, accommodate their interests.
So I'm somewhere between the vanilla porter and the agave wheat. So
Two very good choices.
With that, I know that our communications director would love to work with you on at least a product named somewhat for the native city that'll be here. So, but the real question that I have is, and I'm sure you've had to deal with this, and we're kind of unique because we also worry about, on the far end, we have a wastewater treatment plant. Talk about the stress or the non-stress in your processes as to what kind of happens when the wastewater moves away from the property.
That is so far above my pay grade that I'm not sure I'm even equipped to answer that question. We have a whole bunch of folks here who are with us tonight, and I'm sure their meters are still running, and they will happily answer that question for you.
We're going to have Pete from Coburn, and he'll answer that as part of his part.
Okay, great.
Okay. If I gave you an answer, you'd be scratching your head late into the night. So,
okay. Thank you.
Just a friendly question. So are you planning to do some promoting to get the current customers to come down here?
Well,
I mean, I suspect they don't need promoting, but my husband has a colleague who's ready to kill us because here I am, supporting this, so.
Well, your staff has made it clear to us that we need to keep the Denver riffraff out.
So these aren't riffraff. These are high spenders. So
It's okay if they come and spend money.
Yeah,
Well, I would suggest that we have not had a public hearing yet, and this is a zoning issue. Maybe we could plan the party afterwards. Go ahead.
plan the party?
No. Let's deal with our zoning issue. We can plan a party later.
Okay.
That was for us.
That's us, not you.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything
Any other
else?
questions?
We'll
Okay.
take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm John Prestwich with PCS Group. Do I need to give my address? Good. We're going to walk you through this pretty quick. It's been, seen this quite a few times, but we've been working with Designs by Sundown since 2011 on different concepts for the overall property, and we think it's a great opportunity that it's been able to come in as a joint application, even though there are the two different uses. Breckenridge is located, as we've mentioned, on the northern part of the property, with Designs by Sundown on the southern part of the property. And they have complementary uses, which I think was, really important as this came together. And both groups have a significant interest in maintaining and strengthening their brand and image in the city of Littleton. The overall site plan has been developed with this agricultural feel and character, with groupings of buildings that are used to break down in the scale and the mass of the site, as well as the architecture, and again, strengthen that agricultural feel. In fact, the foreground of the Breckenridge portion of the site, as viewed from Santa Fe, includes a hops field, which we again believe further strengthens that image and feel of the overall development. And I'm going to walk you through primarily the Designs by Sundown side. And Peter Weber with Coburn Development will walk you through more of the Breckenridge portion of it. Michael and his team have had a strong vision for creating an office lodge and new barn to consolidate and expand their existing business. And as part of that vision, we've created this site plan that mimics this agricultural feel, with the new buildings to the southwest of the property, framing a circular drop-off area. And the front two-thirds of the property will remain primarily in their existing condition, with the exception of a new paved road along the north portion of the property, sort of centrally located for the overall property. This road will bring employees and potential clients past the existing Designs by Sundown operations, past the new barn, and into that sort of circular dropped-off courtyard area created by the barn and the new office. And it's anticipated that the new office will have about 30 full-time employees. Surrounding the new office will be various show and display gardens and display options for potential clients. And we have committed to the 100-foot minimum buffer from the south property line adjacent to the Designs by Sundown Lodge area. And the Designs by Sundown office area includes a pedestrian connection to the Breckenridge Brewery restaurant component on the western portion of their property. As has been shown, the office lodge is designed to, it's intended to be a blend of mountain lodge and agricultural feel, with relatively simple forms and high-quality materials. The office lodge has been sited to take advantage of the views and features picture windows on the rear elevation. We'll move to the barn. The barn structure is intended to be very identifiable and reminiscent of an iconic traditional L-shaped barn. The barn is intended to store really equipment and materials for Designs by Sundown. And with that, or if you have any quick questions, I was going to turn it over to Peter, and we can probably answer questions towards the end.
Good evening. I'm Pete Weber, and I'm the architect for the Breckenridge piece of this project. I'm just going to try to walk you through the plan here pretty briefly, and then please ask whatever questions you have. One of the things that Ed pointed out is the concept of a destination brewery. And anybody that follows the craft brewing industry will tell you that touring breweries and understanding how each individual brewer makes their beer is becoming more and more popular, it's becoming a bigger and bigger deal. So this facility is really designed with that in mind, as well as creating kind of the home by the river that Ed talked about. So the way that the property is laid out, we do have this hop field kind of as a foreground off of Santa Fe. We have all the access comes off of Briarwood. There's really two main entrances into the brewery. One is for deliveries, And that is where the trucks will come. That is what goes between the buildings and underneath the bridge. You can see right in the middle of the site there is where all the shipping and receiving is for the project. Then the customers will go a little further to the west and come down a road that will lead to a visitor center and restaurant. That's building A on your plan there, is where the restaurant, tap room, and visitor center would be. And then if you want to go on a tour, you would start out in building B and then follow your way along, which I'll explain in a minute. The site design here really takes into account a number of things, and the way we organize these buildings is not random or haphazard. First, we took our hints from a rural kind of farm vernacular. So these buildings, as you will see in the elevations when I show this to you, have this kind of rural character to them. They're also spread out across the site. Most breweries don't have this kind of spread out kind of character. They're trying to concentrate things. It tends to be a little more efficient. But in this case, we're trying to mimic the look and feel of a farm kind of situation. So we have a number of buildings and we have them stretched out across the site. The shipping and receiving is specifically taken back behind the buildings and shielded by the buildings themselves from the Meadowwood property to the north. There's not a lot of noise associated with the brewery, but to the extent that there is some, it has to do mostly with trucks moving in and out of the property. And so that was a specific move we did to use the building to shield those negative impacts from the neighbors to the north. The other thing we wanted to be really careful of is acknowledging the river and the open space to the west. And so as you can see in the site plan, the project really opens up as it moves towards the west. And we have really only the restaurant building that is on that western portion of the site. The rest of it is largely open space to the west. So we're trying to loosen the project up as it heads towards the river. I'm going to just walk you through kind of the brewery process here real quick. This is kind of an enlargement and a three-dimensional drawing of how the project lays out. You can see the restaurant closest to the river. The brew house is the building where the beer is actually brewed. That's where the raw ingredients are combined and the beer is made. Then it moves through a series of piping to the fermentation cellar, which is the long linear building that is along Briarwood. In that building, that's where the beer is fermented. That's where the yeast is put in and the sugars are turned into alcohol and the beer is complete. Then the beer goes to the packaging and warehouse building where it is put in bottles and cans, stored in a cooler, and ultimately goes out on trucks to your local liquor store and restaurant. These drawings you've seen a little bit of this so far, and I won't go through what each and every one of these is. I think the salient point is that what we're trying to do here is to create that kind of rural vernacular with these buildings. They are relatively large, and we're trying to break down the scale, and that's why you see a number of different elements to these buildings.
Can we interject a question?
You bet.
Well, I guess just in looking at the layout of the property, and in particular the restaurant, for example, it may appear you've got some incremental capacity or space to expand, and I wondered if that was part of the planning process. So, for example, if the restaurant turns out to be very popular, or is it your guys' thought process that you might have the opportunity to make it larger, for example, or any of the other facilities?
Yes, expansion has been contemplated in this plan, mainly with regard to the brewery itself. We're all hoping that Breckenridge is successful, and they need to expand. And so you can see the dashed line that is to the east of the packaging building and the fermentation hall, and then it also moves to the south. What happens when you increase beer capacity is you need to store more bottles and cans, and you need more tanks. The brew house itself doesn't actually need to expand. You just increase the number of brews you do per day. And so those are the pieces of the project that really need to expand in order for the brewery to brew more beer. There is also some room outside for additional fermentation tanks that you can actually see indicated to the south of the fermentation building just before you hit the trucks. The restaurant side of things, we really did not anticipate much expansion. It's already a fairly sizable facility. However, I would point out Building G on your plan, which is slated for something that probably would happen in a later phase, but if it is quite successful, that could be an outdoor bar and restroom facility so that we could have a beer garden type atmosphere under those trees that you see facing that lawn to the west.
What's the patron capacity of the restaurant, out of curiosity?
We are looking at about 150 seats on the main floor right now, and about as many as another 100 on a second floor.
Okay. Thank you.
So I was just showing you some of these elevations.
Could you go back to the flat one? Yes.
This one?
Yep. Where are the silos?
We don't know yet exactly what the grain delivery method is going to look like. Breckenridge is in conversations with a couple of different suppliers, and so we're a little bit uncertain at this point exactly what form that may take. So you're going to see some conflicting things here. In this plan, you can see those. There's 4 little square boxes that fit in a niche behind the brew house. That is one method that could be used. Square silos are more efficient. You can pack them into a tighter space. But then these drawings, you see a much larger, taller silo. They are a bit out of scale. We don't anticipate getting anywhere near this kind of size, but we want the flexibility to be able to put in whatever kind of silos up to that height limit that we can to be the most efficient.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I did want to show you the restaurant, which I don't think you saw before. This building is designed to be much like a house. It's kind of residential in kind of its character in its size. One other thing that I wanted to point out that came up is a couple of your questions. The word smoke came up. I want to be clear that there is no smoke generated at a brewery. There is steam. That steam is the result of boiling the wort, which is the beginning process of the beer. In that steam is the majority of the aroma that you smell if you are near a craft brewer. And I want to point out a couple things about that. We're not talking about Coors here. We're talking about a brewery that uses much higher quality ingredients. And I think if you have visited their facility in Denver, the smell is very different than what you might associate with a very large brewer. It's a grainy kind of smell. Now, all that being said, Breckenridge is going to be installing something called a heat recovery vapor condenser, which goes on the main stack out of the brew kettle, and it condenses those vapors. It takes out 92, I think from the manufacturer, they said 92 to 98% of the vapor, and actually turns that into liquid, and then the heat from that actually goes back into the brewing process. This does not happen at vast majority of breweries across the country. The one other question that came up had to do with wastewater, and the wastewater from the brewery, the current intention is that there would be some pretreatment that would be done on site, and then it would be sent into the normal waste stream to the Littleton Englewood facility. I have spoken with folks down there, and basically there are a number of things that come out in the waste stream that have to be treated. One of them is BODs, which are actually now currently seen as a positive by a lot of municipalities, given some new state laws with regard to the water that ultimately leaves a wastewater treatment plant. But there are other things that need to be dealt with. The more of that goes into the system, the more you have to pay to deal with that. And so, thus, the pretreatment that we are planning to do on site to reduce those costs over time. This is monitored regularly, and the brewer will have to pay their pro rata share of the cost to treat that water.
Okay. Bill?
If you go back to the site or the flat, however you want to look at that, to the northwest is Reynolds Landing, which has access to the Mary Carter Greenway, which is a bikeway that goes north-south along the river. Can you talk about how your design is complementary to being relatively close to a major bikeway?
Yeah, we're excited about that. This is maybe a better way to look at that. You'll see, and John pointed out, a trail that is coming from the Design by Sundown property through the Breckenridge property. And then if you look to the north of this plan, you'll see a little trail that goes up from that G building to the street. That would be a connection, and then that would continue on to the Reynolds Landing property and ultimately to that greenway. We've been talking with some of your staff about the possibility of making a more direct connection and not have to go to the north to get to that open space. And so we're hopeful that something like that could happen as well. The connection is very much desired by the Breckenridge property.
Any other questions? Thank you.
So that's it for our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions either now or after public testimony.
Okay. Any other questions, council? Ready to start the public hearing? Okay, we'll go ahead and start the public hearing. And this is an opportunity for the public to come down. We have 4 minutes. I'll use the little lights here. We do have a sign-up roster. I will read down the roster. If you want to, if you've written a no, then, and you change your mind, you are more than happy to have you come down. If you've written a yes and you've changed your mind, that's okay too. If you did not sign up but want to speak, once we've talked to everybody who's signed up, then you can, we'll raise your hand and we'll have you come on down. And when you do come down, please remember to state your name and address. Micah Farrer, and she does wish to speak, I don't know if you're in favor or not, Micah.
I'm both in favor of part of it and not in favor of some of it. My name is Mika Farah, and I live at 8621 South Crocker Way in Littleton. And I think that the proposal includes both positive development and yet also highlights the pitfalls of piecemeal rezoning that might allow an industrial area along right near a very beautiful part of the river. I think the city of Littleton really needs to consider developing a specific plan for this South Platte Santa Fe corridor that will preserve the scenic recreational values as well as the economic values. I think it could be a fantastic economic value of the city, but I think you've got to develop an overall plan, and I don't see that yet. I'd like to play a short DVD to illustrate what could be done. Okay.
Driving south to Littleton on Santa Fe Boulevard, it's difficult to see where Denver ends and Englewood and Sheridan begin. You have little inkling that just a block beyond the strewn of concrete and piecemeal development lies a beautiful river, rich in fish and wildlife. It's just past Bellevue, the South Platte comes into plain view. Stretching south and west, it draws your eyes to the mountains beyond. You've arrived in Littleton, a community with defined boundaries, a vibrant Main Street, and an appreciation for the town's past. Littleton has always valued its physical as well as its historic resources, so recent proposals for new development along Santa Fe concern us. We feel the town needs to act to preserve the views and recreational opportunities offered by the South Platte. We envision small businesses that would support the recreational value of the river, boating, biking, and fishing outfitters, as well as small restaurants. It's a plan that actually could help raise sales tax revenue. One possible area to target along Santa Fe would be starting on the north side of Bowles up to and including Hudson Gardens. Another possibility would be from Hudson Gardens up to Aspen Grove. Aspen Grove is already a positive example of new construction that has preserved views. Its barn-like design also remains true to Littleton's farming heritage. A third option would be preserving a stretch somewhere between the southwest corner of Mineral and Santa Fe and the city's southern border. There are a variety of planning and zoning tools that could help enhance a section of South Santa Fe. These include rezoning, conservation easements, or outright property acquisition, or a combination of several tools. The city staff could work with existing businesses, allowing for present operations to continue, but requiring future owners to conform to use and design restrictions that would preserve views, wildlife, and the river. This area could also be developed as a public-private venture with a group such as South Suburban that would include educational programs as well as commercial recreation. We already have a successful example of this approach, Commons Park at Bellevue and Windermere. Setting aside a stretch of South Santa Fe for recreational activities would build on the work of previous Littleton City Councils and citizens to preserve the South Platte. It would be a further investment in a truly valuable resource. It would help ensure that this scenic spot will continue to draw residents and visitors alike and preserve the quality of life for present and future generations.
Okay, my comment on this particular proposal is I think the Sundown is great. I think the restaurant or pub, as it's called, is fine. But I really don't think you should have an industrial zone in this near this particularly beautiful stretch of the river. And I wonder if the city and the developers can't see if they can find another location, perhaps off Broad Santa Fe and I'm forgetting county line or Bellevue. And you could get a jitney bus to bring people from visiting the brewery down to the restaurant. Now, if you do approve it, I hope you put a restriction on that says if the brewery goes away, if they stop functioning, the industrial zoning goes away. Because I don't think you should have it there. And also, maybe a restriction saying that the brewery cannot expand to adjacent properties. I think this is, okay. I really wish you don't have the industrial zone, but I don't think you want to have it expand, because I think it will ruin a really particularly beautiful area. Thank you.
Thank you. Douglas Buck.
Thank you. My name is Douglas Buck. I don't know if there's any way to get that map back up of the project, but that would be helpful to me. My grandfather, Douglas H. Buck, moved. Perfect. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was your address?
I live in Madison, Wisconsin, but my property owns 6705 South Santa Fe Drive. My grandfather, Douglas H. Buck, moved to Littleton in 1947. My father graduated from Littleton High School in 1954, and my aunt and uncle both graduated from Littleton High School in the 1950s. As I said, my family owns Meadowood Village at 6705 South Santa Fe Drive. It's the first property to the north and adjacent to the proposed Breckenridge Brewery project. Meadowood Village is a manufactured home community, age-restricted for people 55 years and older. It provides affordable senior housing to people who live in the city of Littleton. I know from the last presentation that there were some concerns expressed from residents who saw the presentation because there's discussions about the potential for Meadowood to redevelop. I'd just like to assure those residents that our family does not have any intention of stopping our legal non-conforming use of Meadowood Village in the near future. I suspect that many of you on the City Council have firsthand knowledge of my family's commitment to the City of Littleton and to our community. Tonight, I come before you on behalf of my entire family to express our support for the Breckenridge Brewery and the Design by Sunsdown projects. We believe these two developments are excellent land uses and wonderful projects for the area. I personally look forward to having a beer on the South Platte River in a couple years. We think this is going to be great for the whole area. However, we do have two specific concerns that we'd like to bring to the Council's attention. First, we believe that the City of Littleton, as part of this project, needs to make a commitment to use its property to the west to take the stormwater runoff and the floodwaters from the Rangeview Gulch. Second, we believe that the developers need to install an open drainage channel as envisioned by the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District. Although Meadowood Village is not located in a FEMA floodplain area, development over the last few decades has created a risk that the Rangeview Gulch would overflow in the event of a 100-year rain event. To deal with this potential risk of flooding, a culvert was constructed, and you can see it on the map behind you, underneath Santa Fe Drive, to carry floodwaters from the Rangeview Gulch across the Hummel and Abair properties to the South Platte River. Currently, the culvert is partially plugged, awaiting the installation of drainage improvements east of South Santa Fe. This plug in the culvert creates a real risk of flooding to the Meadowood Village and other properties in the region. My family was always under the impression that when the Hummel and Abair properties were redeveloped, that the city would address this flood issue. This is in part because the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District calls for this solution, and because the city, when it approved the Walmart development before it was overturned by public referendum, called for and required Walmart to install these improvements. We first learned at the Plan Commission hearing last month that city staff is essentially abandoning plans to address this flood risk. In fact, the staff is recommending a plan which not only fails to deal with this flood risk now, but also, and very importantly, will significantly increase the cost to remediate this risk at some time in the future. The current plans call for a narrow, 40-foot wide drainage easement. However, no ditch or culvert is being required to be installed. We are told by city staff that the plan is at some time to perhaps install an underground culvert. We were told at one point that this would cost $500,000, and at other points that it would cost $1 million. I see the mayor is telling me my time is up. I wish I had a movie so I could take up some more time.
He doesn't go over either.
Flooding from the Rangeview Gulch is a real risk to residents that live in Meadowood Village. These are citizens of Littleton, and their homes and property are at risk from flooding of Rangeview Gulch. We all know that severe weather is on the rise. The city owes a moral, ethical, and civic duty to protect the senior residents of Meadowood Village. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fred Banfield.
Good evening. My name is Fred Banfield, 1240 Bergen Parkway, Evergreen, Colorado. Douglas asked me to take a look at the plan from an engineering standpoint, so had a few comments and a couple of questions. I don't know if you can address the questions now or if that'll come later during the applicant's response. Regarding the floodplain and the drainage elements and some of the things that we're concerned as far as Meadowood is looking at, I think that Charlie addressed some of those by giving you some of the background. The 1990 floodplain study that was done that doesn't impact the subject property but does impact Meadowood, which is one of our big concerns with how the culvert issue and the drainage is going to be addressed, because currently that 1990 study shows Meadowood with shallow flooding, about 6 inches, so that's of concern to us. I agree with Charlie, and I think speaking with staff, with engineering staff, I think it's mostly understood that that study probably isn't correct to this day because of improvements that have been made to Santa Fe, some of the railroad improvements and things like that. So we're hopeful that when urban drainage does the upgrade to that study, that it will show that hopefully Meadowood is out of the floodplain and that some of the assumptions that they've made in the past don't still apply. Given that, a couple of questions that I have. Reading the report, a lot of the reference to the construction of the culvert states that when it is required, and nowhere have we heard that when that will happen. We don't know when it will be required. So we'd just kind of like someone to address that, possibly when the culvert could be constructed. understanding that it probably is going to be contingent on urban drainage doing their study in 2014. Had a question in the report. It referenced that if urban drainage didn't do it, that the city could possibly do it with CIP funds, and had a question that if that was the route to be taken, how long that process would take. I don't know if CIP funds have to be designated to a certain project, a certain time frame, and how long that might take, which could possibly put the report out to 2015, 2016, so just had a question on that. If the city does do it, what the time frame could look like. The developer's improvement agreement, I'm assuming that with Meadowood being involved in the costs that are associated with that, that they would be involved in the development of the agreement. It sounds like with the traffic signal that they may be responsible for some of the cost recovery on that, and possibly with some of the construction on Briarwood. So just wanting to make sure that as the development agreement is going along, that Meadowood is allowed to be involved in that process. A couple of questions that I had. Looking at the plan, and I don't know if I can bring it back up. Okay. How do I go back? To just the plan. Right there, yep. There's a red dashed line that is up at the top. And I guess just questioning what that is. My assumption is that it may be the 25-foot landscape buffer, and had a question regarding that. I believe that there are different right-of-way widths that are proposed for the project, and our concern is if that right-of-way goes from a 50-foot right-of-way to a 30-foot right-of-way, then the building setback is going to be decreased from a 75-foot setback to something less, to possibly a 55-foot setback. So just wondering if that red line is actually the building setback line, or if that line is going to vary.
It does say on here, building 25-foot setback from row.
Yeah, and my question is if that right-of-way does vary in width, is it going to vary? Will that line vary and get more narrow as it goes to the west?
What would cause the right-of-way to vary, out of curiosity?
I think you can see it on their plan based on the traffic circulation. The closer you get to Santa Fe, I think they have 4 lanes proposed. The further west you get, they have 2 lanes proposed. And as that happens, typically the right-of-way would decrease.
So you think it's 30 feet where it's 2-lane, is that what you're saying?
I believe so, yes.
And you're saying that's, you are okay with that, or you're not okay with that?
Well, I mean, we would prefer that there be a constant setback along that side, just to give a bigger setback against the residential property.
So you want it
30.
Because I understand what you're saying, but I'm not quite sure how to interpret it with the map. Can you help me understand exactly what you're asking for?
I believe at Santa Fe, where we have the 4 lanes of traffic, I believe there's a 50-foot right-of-way, and I could be wrong. It may be something different. But if it is a 50-foot right-of-way at Santa Fe, then there's a 25-foot landscape setback.
Right.
As you go further west, if it does go to a 30-foot right-of-way where it goes to 2 lanes of traffic,
right,
then you'll have 25-foot of buffer. There'll only be a 55-foot setback from the building to the property line in that area.
But basically, they're reducing it on the north side of the right-of-way as opposed to the south side, and you're saying you would prefer they push
maintain
the whole thing south?
Yes, sir.
I see what you're asking. Okay.
And the last question is regarding, in the report, there's reference to construction of a half-street, and just wanting some input on that. It's my understanding per city code that construction of a half-street is not permittable unless the adjacent property owner dedicates right-of-way at the same time. So just had a question about that.
Okay, thank you. Drew Allman. He's in favor. Jeff Cartwright, in favor, doesn't wish to speak. Jerry Russell, in favor, doesn't wish to speak. Carol Brezak, in favor, doesn't wish to speak. John and Val Watson, in favor. Rich Rich Carlson. Sorry, you're my neighbor. I should know your name.
Mayor, Council, I'm Richard Carlson, 2958 West Roland Avenue, Littleton, 80120, 5 houses down from the south boundary line of this property. Some of my concerns are, on the first page here is the Breckenridge Brewery, and it says the U-shaped configuration of the large fermentation, storage, and packaging building will screen a receiving area from residents to the north and Santa Fe. What about us on the south in Bullhurst Landing? There's a lot of noise comes out of trucks getting loaded, the way it's designed right there. So I'm concerned about the noise level and what hours will they be able to load and unload vehicles there. Special events, we brought it up that they need to check with the people in Meadowwood and in Bullhurst Landing, but the event should be limited to the parking they have on site. We don't need people parking in the Bullhurst Landing residents for their overflow. And I'm sure that once people figure out that that neighborhood's there and they can't get in there, they'll be coming into our neighborhood and parking. I don't know what we can do about that. Maybe signs or whatever. The parking situation, according to Exhibit A, page 2-3 in the handout, light manufacturing, they've changed from what the original plan was, that they could have one space per 1,000 feet of manufacturing, one space for 4,000 feet of warehousing. But this doesn't address the bar restaurant area. And I'm concerned about that because they're throwing things out here that all the answers haven't been taken care of, just like the 60-foot silos. They don't even know where they're going to go on the property. That would be the tallest thing from Bellevue down to Castle Rock. 60 foot is ridiculous to put it in that area and destroy the view down along the river. And there seems to be a lot more concern about the Meadowwood people than the Bullhurst Landing people. Page 3-4, exhibit, Exhibit B, I'm sorry. There we go. 3-1A. The objectives of this goal is to meet by locating the visitor center and the outdoor event center towards the river and Reynolds Landing. The brewery facility will orientate in a manner to screen the loading docks and service area from Briarwood and Santa Fe and the visitor center area. Again, there are no looking at Bullhurst Landing and what the noise level will be and so on. So that's my objections. As far as having a bar there and a restaurant, fine, but having a manufacturer's facility between two residential areas is wrong for that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Lois Wright? Not in favor. Paul Bingham?
Paul Bingham, 236 West Delaware Circle. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I've been accused by one of you folks of being against every rezoning that comes along here. I'd like to point out this is the third time I've been down here in support of a rezoning. I am in support of this. I think it's very rational. That's that. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Mark Teets is in favor.
Teets. That's the fellow that owns Merle's. Teets.
Phil Waltz. Phil, do you want to come down? Is in favor. Martin Bolt? Okay. Your no with the exclamation point should be a yes with an exclamation. All right, Marty. Susan Nyes.
Hi, it's actually Susan Neese. It gets mispronounced all the time. Okay, my name is Susan Neese. My address is 7301 South Highland Drive, and I believe you have my initial email and later letter regarding my concerns about this rezoning application. I am greatly and seriously concerned about what happens to the area that I live in if this rezoning goes through without further protections regarding smoke and odor emissions from the site. In fact, from what I see from the applicant's PDO, and I understand from the meeting before the Planning Commission Board, which I was there at, the applicants have exempted themselves from the city's municipal code requirement of 1046D that specifically requires the use of the property not to emit any odor or smoke. At the Planning Board's meeting, the city staff stated that they were essentially relying on the applicant's word for making sure the applicant's technology would work. I take no comfort in relying on that, not when the consequences can be so great as to impact the quality of life and lifetime investment of our home values. If the applicants are sure their technology will work, there should be no problem with the code applying to them and the words smoke and odor being put back in the PDO as it belongs. Why should this property and these applicants, as well as future owners of said property, be exempt from being prohibited from emitting odors and smoke from any source on its site? The city staff has stated that the proposed brewery is a clean industry, repeating what was stated in the applicant's narrative of their application. But when I attempted to find a definition for clean industry online, I did not see a set definition for the term. When I researched the brewery process and industry in general, I learned that it is highly water intensive and may generate greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, and sulfur dioxide, as well as biological contaminants in wastewater and dust which contributes to the visible pollution. My greatest concern is the odor and visible emissions, including vapors that aren't necessarily pollution in the smoke. I don't want to see huge plumes of white smoke everywhere that this brewery may create now and even more so in the future as it seeks to increase its production levels. When I first read about this brewery seeking the Littleton site, newspaper articles stated that it was planning to expand so it could triple its current production to up to 120,000 plus barrels of beer annually. Then as I read more articles, I became aware of a 300,000 figure and heard this again at the planning board meeting. As I researched further and learned about the legal exemption that Breckenridge Brewery would be operating under in order to be able to produce more than the typical 60,000 barrels for licensed brew pubs, it became my understanding that as far as I'm aware, the only thing that will limit how much the brewery wants to produce at its new facility will be the size of its facility and the number of properly licensed brew pub holdings Breckenridge Wind Coop LLC has. So how big is this facility going to be, and is the city going to allow the applicants and future owners of the property to be able to produce as much odor and smoke as they want at the site? Smokestacks were mentioned at the planning meeting and how they could be made higher if need be. Why should there be smokestacks in the first place if smoke is not to be emitted? And why are there not any height restrictions on them if they are there? This leads into the next major point. This area was never meant to be industrial, and it's completely wrong to be going in that direction now, and even having this discussion about smokestacks, odors, and emissions. This is an area surrounded on three sides by essentially residential properties and open space on the fourth. If anything is generated smell-wise, smoke, and or pollution-wise, we will see it and smell it in our community. I do not want to see it or smell it. When I walk along the South Platte River, or stand at Jackass Hill Park, also known as Sunset Park, I don't want to see or smell the brewery's emissions, and I don't appreciate them being called aromas, okay? They are odors. I find the city staff's arguments weak as to why it's within the comp plan's requirements. I don't believe the installation of a signal light and some street improvements justify the negative consequences of changing the area to industrial. If it's for the money generated by this facility, the council and the city must make sure that the residents and the community as a whole are completely protected by Code 1046D in its entirety, and that the city can enforce any violations against it by the applicants or the site's future owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Rep. Kathleen Conti, she was for it. I did see her leave earlier.
Jim Gruber?
Thank you. My name is Jim Gruber. I am the marketing agent for Robert Ida, sitting over here. Robert owns 6885 South Santa Fe Drive. He's owned it since 1975. He has had a presence in Littleton for the last 50 years, just to keep everybody on the Littleton standard. This is a 4.5 acre landlocked site now with this development. And the reason we're here is to support Breckenridge, which I personally am involved, positive. My favorite is the IPA 471 that I just tasted last week. It's terrific. We think the development is positive. We see nothing but good things about it. Our issue is access, and it has been since we heard of this project. We heard about it the last people to hear about it before it hit the newspaper, so we were a bit sheltered from knowledge. There was a lot of people working on this project, but it wasn't including us, and no thought to us. We have been blocked for access. When our initial question with the city was, geez, we need access to that light to survive, and the city said, well, you have to work that out with the neighbor. We asked the neighbor, and he said no. Since then, we have been fortunate enough to stumble onto CDOT, who has enlightened Littleton that they need to require access to any adjacent property if they're going to get a permit for this light. So what I heard tonight, and thank you, Bruce, for asking our great new neighbor that direct question, we are really encouraged that this is going to happen now. It has not been. And when we heard Glenn's comments tonight in that outline was the first time we have heard anything positive about the Ida property gaining access to that light. It has been a battle, but it sounds to me, from what I'm hearing tonight, that that is going to happen. The only thing that is concerning to us is that it will be adequate access. We have received notice from Charlie Blossom that yes, in fact, CDOT is making that a requirement and that there will be access, and this is the scary thing, in quotes, letter to me, to the extent possible. Now, looking at that map, I don't see anything that could block us from getting to that light. So I'm just concerned, and this has been a real struggle right up until this moment. Today is, I'm going to throw these notes out. It sounds very positive that we're going to get access. We'll be before you in the next months. This property is not going to be developed as it's zoned residential. We'll be back with a rezoning permit. There's a lot of interest in the property. And so we'll expect the same traffic counts similar to what you're seeing from these two prospects or people that are going to be developing here. And we'll need real access. And with that, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Glenn and Jan, who have been really supportive and helpful all the way through.
Great, thank you. Lo Milky is yes.
He's left. He's gone.
Okay. Tom Hall is a yes. You want to speak?
My name is Tom Hall. I live at 1500 West Briarwood Avenue, Littleton 80120, for the last 20-some years. And I've seen great changes. I was born in Littleton in 1948, where the Rapo Junior College is now. So Santa Fe has always been an area of transitional use, especially since about 1973 with the completion of the Chatfield Dam, which allowed development of a vast area that was, until that time, gravel pits, junkyards, and garbage dumps, literally, from the entire, most of the stretch in Arapahoe County. The development that's been done since then, I think, has for the most part, all been positive and has added to the welfare and well-being of the citizens of Littleton. And I think this project is definitely in that tone. I can't imagine any reason why not to approve it. Your technical people at your staff and planning board level have blessed it, and anybody that's got the courage to take on CDOT and get highway access and your public works department to solve the problems of sewer and water and urban drainage and on, I think that they're quite capable of regulating the minutiae, and I don't think you guys need to. I think your role is one of policy, and I think you should enthusiastically support this, because change is going to happen no matter what. And if you're going to have, it's either you're going to decay or grow. And if you don't do anything, the change will be negative. I think if you do something, the change is positive. So I encourage you to enthusiastically approve the zoning application. Thank you.
Thank you. Autumn Cromwell? She's a yes. John Cromwell? Probably also gone. Yes, he's a yes. Christine Hancock? She was a yes. Okay, we have no more names on the roster. If there's anyone who didn't sign up who'd like to speak, you can come on down. Okay, seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
Are you going to ask for rebuttal from the applicants, though, to some of the questions that were presented?
Well, we can do that in discussion.
Okay.
We don't need to do it in a public hearing.
Excuse me, Mayor, will the applicant have a chance to rebut?
Yes, that's what we just, I need a motion.
I move that we approve the plan for the Breckenridge Brewery and designs by Sundown on second reading.
I'll second.
Okay. Council questions? Bruce?
Could I follow up on some of the questions that
Yeah,
came to-
absolutely.
Okay. I'm not sure who wants to answer this. They're really general questions, so whoever has the best general knowledge. I didn't know that an engineer would be talking about the risk of the flooding, and I had brought that up from just some of my previous knowledge. I just want to say again, I know you all are working on it, and I'm glad you are, and I know that is a significant issue. Can you enlighten us again on those, on the times that are involved? You may not get it done now, but, and I don't understand the but.
I think that's probably more for staff.
Okay, I'll wait till staff. Let me go, but then I'll go to just a couple other questions. What were the hours of operation that you would anticipate a brewery of this type, as far as trucks delivering and picking up supplies and those kinds of things?
I'm going to bring up the architect. He
Okay.
can answer that. We'll tag team this as the questions go.
The brewery operations initially will be kind of during normal business hours. If and when the brewery is able to reach full capacity, they could be brewing 24 hours a day. However, deliveries will be during normal business hours, and I think we limited the evening till, this was in the PDO overlay.
So on page 4 of the PDO overlay, truck loading operations between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 o'clock a.m. are prohibited.
Okay. And, well, I guess that's all my questions. Thank you.
I know it's in here.
Bruce, are you good? Bruce, any more questions? Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Bruce?
So a couple of the issues that were brought up, the gentleman supporting Mr. Buck with regard to the 25-foot setbacks. I mean, I understand what they're saying. I think I understand. I understand what he said, and I guess I'm curious from your perspective how you might respond to his inquiry concerning the setbacks given the right-of-way for the Briarwood Avenue street.
Right. Well, a couple things. First of all, there's a little bit of confusion in some of the statements in that we're building the road that is a city road that is required for this project, and it meets all the traffic warrants, so it's not a half road, it's a real road. If it ever gets expanded, it'll be if and when the Meadowwood property ever does something else. But now this road is a legal city right-of-way with all the lanes necessary to move traffic in and out. From that would be the setback from the building, and they're absolutely right. When we go to the east, the lanes expand so that we can get more movements out of the project and into the project, but then it narrows down to the 2 lanes. So, our efforts have been to put a consistent edge along there with the building at that 25 feet, and then have the building step up. You'll see a shorter height, and then it steps up as it gets even farther. So I don't quite know what he was asking for, other than, we do have a real consistent line there. If he's implying that maybe when it gets refined, we'll encroach back into that a little bit, that's not what our intent is at all.
What I took away from it was, I think he was suggesting that the building development, the buildings as you've got lined out there, essentially move some amount to the south. The whole thing moves, in terms of the design, some number of feet to the south. Not sure. I think that's what you were saying.
Okay,
Okay.
Councilmember, actually, the PDO states that setback is from the right-of-way of Briarwood. So I think he's saying if the Briarwood right-of-way increases, does a setback increase? So yes, it would.
Okay.
In essence, it's tied to the right-of-way edge.
Okay. I think that answers the question. Okay. Is there?
Okay. I do want to
go ahead.
Just make a quick comment. I believe that most of Mr. Banfield's questions probably are better answered with the agreement and with the PDO process. Is that fair, Glenn? Okay. Which you'll have that opportunity. This zoning hearing, I don't know that we'll be able to reach those for you.
I would sort of one element of that, though, and I think that's a very fair point, well presented. I would say, well, it was, so
I know,
credit where credit is due.
Thank
okay.
you.
Keep on going.
Yeah, all right. But the question actually is, though, the drainage issues. There is, as Charlie indicated, it's an extremely complex situation. So I guess I'd like to do something that memorializes our enthusiasm for resolving the drainage issues, but I don't quite know what it is other than to say as part of the, well, we can't affect the PDO. We can, as far as the rezone, I guess we could put, I don't know what we could put in here as an amendment that basically says, and oh, by the way, we'd really like to see the urban drainage study get done so that we could address this issue for all the right reasons at a point in time that it's appropriate to do so. How does anyone do that?
I think you make that note to staff. There's a 40-foot easement.
I was going to say you
included in the
just
plan.
did, so
Okay, good.
that'll be
Right, even though it's
reflected
not
in the
a
minutes.
motion per se, it's
They heard you.
fine. Okay.
It will be reflected
Recorded.
in the minutes.
Get on it.
All right. The other one I was going to ask was, is there, to the gentleman's question about noise vis-a-vis Woolhurst, is there any contemplation of any sort of, I don't know, noise screen probably is the wrong concept because I don't know that that would be aesthetically desirable. But on the other hand, landscaping, trees, anything that would provide some sort of buffer to potentially address the concern?
Yes, I think so. I think buffering, as it relates to noise, happens in 2 ways. One is things like landscaping, the fact that there's buildings in between as that noise moves. Most of the reference to noise happened with our discussions with Meadowwood because the proximity of the truck traffic and the proximity of the outdoor garden. It's several hundred feet to our neighbors to the south, so distance alone will help affect that in terms of dampening that noise. So by no means did we try to imply that we didn't care about Woolhurst Landing at all. It's just a recognition that there's the Eda property between our project and theirs. There's Michael Hummel's landscape operation, which is low level and a lot of plant materials. So we think we've addressed it just by placing the brewery in its location.
Okay, all right.
I'll make, I mean, just in my observation, okay, if you're to the south, okay, you have the Ida property in between, but where you don't have the Ida property in between, you have the Design by Sundown's buildings to shield. That's there. So, I mean.
Okay. I think I understand. Yeah, I was just curious to see what the thought process was, if there was any. The last one just was, I didn't pick up, the lady mentioned smokestacks. I didn't get the sense in looking through the material that smokestacks were contemplated. So to address her concern, if you would, are we talking about steam venting or?
Yes, there's no smokestacks. There's no smoke. Any vents that are provided are the steam vents that are being treated, as was mentioned before, with that vapor recovery system.
Okay, and your guys' technology is not bleeding edge. It's stuff that's in use with various craft brewers today and so forth?
Correct.
And other industrial kind of thing? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I have a quick question to Rich's question. Regarding the parking, with Full House at the restaurant and all that, is there ample parking? And I'm assuming there is, but what's your read on that?
Yes, we built in ample parking into our PD. It's a combination of city code parking that's spelled out in our, especially for the retail uses like the restaurant.
How many spaces do you have?
Just a second, we'll bring that up.
I think if you, just to expand on what Jim was mentioning, the PDO solidified some exemptions to the normal parking requirements for manufacturing and warehousing, and that is the 1 to 1,000 and 1 to 4,000 that was mentioned earlier. We are planning to provide the code required parking for the parking and the office functions. So we're not asking for any variance on those. If we were to build the entire project as shown, it's in the neighborhood of 100 and I believe it's 170 spaces that would be required with the restaurant the size that it is, and the vast majority of that parking is for the restaurant.
Okay, so you're saying around 170 spaces?
Yes.
Okay, and your restaurant can seat up to?
We have 150 in the main restaurant downstairs and potentially as many as 100 on a second floor.
Okay, so 250. And you said how many employees? 5?
Ed, do you have a number for that for the restaurant?
Oh, no, that was Mike, sorry.
Number of employees?
Approximately 50 to start, up to 75.
Okay.
And Mayor, just to be clear in asking Glenn, that does just on itself meet parking requirements for a restaurant.
Okay, thank you. I guess another question I had was, and it's probably more with the PDO and all that, but this issue with the silos. When are you going to have an answer on that?
Not sure. Kurt, do you have any idea? Yeah, the height of the silos, exactly what we're going to do.
Yeah, what style? You are going to do the round, not the square ones? Can you come down and speak in the mic?
Yeah, the plan is to do the round silos. The round silos that we will have will hold about 100,000 pounds of grain. And at that height, where we have one now on Calumet is right at 40 feet.
So will these be 40 feet?
45 feet, yeah.
These silos?
Depending on diameter, yes.
So they would be 40 feet.
40 to
And
45.
what do you think the diameter is?
Don't know. That's gonna determine the height
Okay.
of what the diameter is, but we're getting those spec'd right now.
Okay. And the max is 60? Okay. Thank you.
What was your name?
Can I ask, just for comparison with height, the Alamo Draft House,
60,
what's the actual max height that is
65 feet.
to the peak of the,
65 feet.
65 feet.
so it's lower than that? I mean, the possibility of these silos is lower.
Correct.
Thank
Total, any, the limit of 60, yeah, any structure on this
Yeah.
proposed project, correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Phil?
And just a question back to Glenn. One of the things you mentioned, Glenn, was the aspect of where it's not specifically addressed in the PDO, there will be a reliance on the city codes with regard to any odor.
Right, and it's actually stated in your PDO as far as right out of code, as far as odors, no noxious odors. So Susan Nice was correct that it was inadvertently left out of the draft that the planning board put in, but it is in the draft that's getting recorded. So odor is being addressed as part of the PDO.
Okay,
That was Nice, right? You were
Nice, sorry.
I just wanted to make sure, because that was what I heard you say earlier. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, council? Okay. Seeing none, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Are you ready to vote? A yes vote approves the rezone?
Oh, so are we going to make statements?
You can make a
Or
statement.
at least an observation, for
You're more
example,
than
the loading,
welcome to do that.
the loading time. That's essentially the same restriction as on garbage trucks picking up and making noise and so forth. So I think they make plenty of noise on their own. And then the trucks themselves, seems to me, living near Santa Fe, and we live, how far away do we live? Maybe as the crow flies, half to 3/4 of a mile, and we're uphill, and we hear lots of truck noise from Santa Fe, even at our house. So I'm tending to think the truck noise won't be any louder than truck noise going up and down Santa Fe. Somebody who's more familiar with that want to comment?
I would tend to agree that there's enough ambient noise with Santa Fe and with the railroad that this won't necessarily be heard above the din that's there now.
Okay, that's sort of what I was asking, so thank you.
Any other discussion? Do you want to say something?
I guess very quickly. Just in deference to explaining sort of the context, if we do look at the comp plan for community-wide goals does in fact talk about preserving Littleton's unique identity by protecting historic structures and emphasizing Littleton's distinct social and economic heritage with consideration giving to view preservation, landscape preservation, topography, human qualities, and encouragement of a variety of, housing stock, which really isn't relevant here. But this particular project seems to fit, in my opinion, very well with goal number 1, which is a community-wide goal per the comp plan. With respect to the Santa Fe corridor part of the comp plan as well, specifically the economic development goals and policies. Goal A, develop Santa Fe corridor to support and enhance city's economic base. Policy 1, promote and develop high-quality business and office park development on major parcels south of Lee Gulch. I mean, that to me is, again, specifically on point to this attribute of the comp plan as outlined. I think there are a variety of others, which I'm going to try to find here in short order, if you'll bear with me as I scroll. I'm sure you are. Let's see. So, and I think staff has identified the urban design goals and policies in the staff memo. The last thing I'll reference is I very much like the, I had occasion to come upon what the city of Fort Collins refers to as their triple bottom line test, which we've talked about once or twice. And basically their litmus is the economic impact, the environmental impact, and the community impact. I think using that as a sort of rule of thumb, this particular project meets all the tests, and frankly, I'd be personally hard-pressed to conceive of a better land use or a project for this particular property in keeping with our community's quality of life. So I'm very much in favor of it.
Okay. In the interest of time, I won't speak long, but I can't help it. This property, I think most of the community probably knows, is pretty important to me. About 7 years ago, I took on the biggest fight of my life and left this property as it was. And that fight was about not that there. It was about the wrong thing in the wrong place. And it was about preserving that area for what we didn't know, but we knew what we didn't want there. And this is, I mean, I live, my house almost boundaries the area, and I think that if I had to pick what would have been even when we were in the middle of the referendum, what do you want there? Well, I kind of want what we're looking at here. I call it a gentler use, and I think that is, in many ways, what that area needs. It's a special area. As your video showed, it's an area that we have to pay special attention to, and I think we have to be more cautious and more careful about what we do there. This is such a great blend. We're able to bring Homeway with his full business back into Littleton, and I think that the architecture and the design that you've got there is going to actually enhance it and certainly make that area look more lush, more plush. And I think that bringing a keynote business to the community, a business that, in my opinion, is a clean business. It's not a dirty industrial business. You're not dumping in the river. You're not polluting. It's not black smoke. I think it is a amenity for the community, and I think it will be an attractor for other businesses and other commercial ventures and also other residents. I'm pleased to see that we're adding more employees to the community, and I think that overall this is in my opinion, a very happy ending. So it definitely has my full support. Council? Oh, geez.
Real
I'm
quick.
sorry.
Rick, I'm more worried about the overflow parking moving into Reynolds Landing than necessarily moving down into Woolhurst, because that's going to be a lot more convenient to the restaurant. And the second piece is the comment to Mike. Be careful of the use habit path that's going to go across your property to the restaurant from Deb's front door.
Oh, jeez. I have a little gondola.
I want to comment because we didn't respond at all to Mika's concerns. Council is talking about having a plan that's going to support businesses directed toward river activity. So I think you are going to see that happen, at least I hope so. And in terms of the, if this business goes away, it would revert. Well, it'd be hard, I think, once this is built to have something totally revert to the existing zone. But we have the planning board's restriction that something has to be accomplished within a certain time or it will revert. I think I've got that straight. So I think in general your requests are being addressed.
Okay, ready to vote?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries.
Okay, we have item 9A. Thank you very much, everyone, for staying. Appreciate it. We'll go ahead and let you, if you don't mind, leave quickly. We have one more item, and we're going to lose it up here. If we
Start talking, Doug. It's okay. We can hear you.
I didn't see the gondola in the plan.
Mayor's get privileges.
So I have to follow a brewery, huh? Well, it's going to bring you money, so why not?
Okay, Doug. This is a
Hallway. Thank you.
If
resolution.
you'd move your conversations out to the hall, we would appreciate it. We need to finish our business tonight.
We got business down here. Let's go.
Thank you very much. Okay, this is 9A, a resolution approving an amended City of Littleton investment policy. Doug, you have 2 minutes.
Doug Farman, I'll see if I can do it under a minute.
Maybe we should just ask if
Council
people have
adopted the
questions.
city's investment policy approximately 5 years ago. In the last 5 years, the economic downturn has caused investment rates to fall dramatically.
Yes.
These changes have caused municipal officers to closely review their policies and look for additional investment opportunities. And I've had the privilege of serving on a Metro Municipal Investment Officers Roundtable Board the past few years. And so we are acutely aware of their investment strategies and what opportunities are out there. And we think that we'd be more competitive if we added a few more investment options, which are very safe and we think which would achieve an improved yield with the city's investment portfolio of about $40 million.
And I just knew Bruce would have a question.
Well, just a couple quick comments. I mean, I agree with your orientation here. We do somewhat similar stuff in terms of things like Farmer Mac and some of these other things with the endowments and so forth and investments funds at ARC. 2 suggestions. When you guys look to do, for example, munis, I would recommend to you that you want a minimum issue amount. So you want to sort of stay on the higher end of the muni issuance. So maybe say pick a number, $50 million issue, and you take some of that. If they start getting much smaller than that, I think you run into some, it's a little bit harder to gauge what you're really dealing with. But you guys can come up with a number that is comfortable. And I'd also recommend using a laddering structure where you purposefully vary your maturities so that as interest rate environment changes, you've got things coming due and you can then backfill at the end of the ladder and start reaping different interest rate levels, assuming things will change over time. So just some tactical structural things.
Thank you. Yes, we are trying to implement the laddering a little bit more out in the 3 to 4 year range right now. So you'll see that probably after the March financial report.
Okay. Great, thanks.
Good idea. Thank you.
So I have a question about number 6, the certificates of deposit.
Yes.
You're looking at, it says certificates of deposit that exceed such and such, and then the addition that you're adding, negotiable CDs with a maturity not to exceed 5 years, that's good, and principal investments not to exceed the FDIC insured limit at the time of purchase. But given some of the excitement that we've had in the past few years, if you tie it to the initial piece, we could potentially lose all our interest if something totally collapsed.
Well, that's why we're tying it to the FDIC amount, so we'll always be insured by the Federal Insurance
But
Corp.
you've got it tied to the investment amount, not to the maturity amount. So if the limit for investment insured is how much you're starting with, and when you get to the maturity and you've got this accrued interest, but if that's exceeding the insured amount, then you could lose, unless I'm misreading that.
We could lose the accrued interest, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would tie it to the...
We could add that language
into
to...
the expected accrued interest.
Okay.
Is that...
If council is agreeable to that, then we can do that.
I mean, that's what I try to do with mine.
Phil?
And Doug, in going through what you've categorized, I think, as municipal bonds in item 9,
yes.
By changing some of the definition, that includes like districts. It could be a special district in that structure. So it's now, are these going to be general obligations, which you state, or do you ever see yourself or looking to chase after a revenue bond?
Well, this in my mind is probably the most risky areas with the municipal bonds, because every issue is going to be a little bit different. Every one of them is going to have a different story. But from what we've been able to garner is we're going to look at essential functions of the city. So if it's a water, sewer, if it's electricity, if it's an essential function that they're providing, and it's a revenue bond issue, then we will take a close look at that. And then also with the credit rating too, we'll look for more of the AAA higher quality rating. But that's one area that we will be very careful in taking a look at. We'll have our bank advisor give us recommendations in that area.
Do you want any additional support? I mean, since it's a risky area, I don't know what else other support you might be looking for on this, because that definitely is, because you're dealing in a credit evaluation, and we're actually in a time frame where we have Detroit. Thank you. But I can mention that as someone who's gone under receivership, essentially, in what they've done.
Well, one that kind of came to mind, I think RTD did an issue today. And that would have been one that we would have really looked at because they're AAA rated. So we would look at really highly rated with dependable revenue streams coming in if they are revenue bonds.
Other questions. So in today's investment environment, where's our average portfolio rate at the moment, and what might this be able to do by expanding some of the risk-taking that we might be interested in?
Well, I think we'd be happy to pick up a few basis points in this environment. We've had a couple of portfolio analysis done, and I think as far as our average yield to maturity, we're right in the ballpark, maybe a little bit above average. Looking at our average days to maturity, we're right where we need to be too. I think we're just under 2 years right now. So, but I think if we can extend that a little bit farther and pick up a little bit of yield, but at least this would give us a little bit more opportunity to look at some other issues that we just can't even look at right now. So it just opens a few more doors. I'm not saying that we're going to go out tomorrow and get a negotiable CD or a municipal bond from somewhere, but it just gives us a little bit more opportunity to do that.
I understand. Thank you.
Bruce?
I didn't go looking. Did you? I'm going to assume. I mean, there are no charter prohibitions against doing this. You know, it's not like we can do stuff that's other than federal government AAA rated, which isn't even AAA anymore.
Right. There's no charter regulations. We have to maintain the state statutes, which actually gives the home rule cities a little more flexibility. And we actually are a little bit tighter on our policy as compared to the state, because they offer a few more items to choose from if you want to.
Yeah.
But
any other questions?
Okay. I move that the proposed resolution amending the city's investment policy be approved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Bruce?
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries.
We are adjourned.
Thank you.
I was just going to mention that a lot of talk tonight about April the 20th. That's also the cleanup day that's going along the Platte River and Big Dry Creek Trail is happening at the same time.
Okay, we're adjourned.
Thank you, Jim.
Oh, we are not adjourned. Sorry, Doug.
I'd like to thank the council for serious consideration that they put into this, and to
Good job.
Well, it's going to keep you coming back, isn't it, Jim?
Enjoy your vacation.
Tell them to get a beer named after you.
Council, don't forget, excuse me, council, don't forget we have a Thursday breakfast meeting this week.
I'm not going to be there.